Close your eyes for a moment and picture the edge of a very old world. A dark coastline. A sky so full of stars that it looks powdered, as if someone spilled salt across black cloth. Somewhere out there, past where your eyes can follow, the sea is breathing. Slow, patient, endless. And it has been waiting for a very long time to remember one single name. Tonight that name is Odysseus. Settle into your bed. Let your shoulders sink into the mattress. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to solve. All that is being asked of you tonight is that you listen, and let your mind drift out across 3,000 years, back to a world lit only by oil lamps and starlight, where a tired king is trying, more than anything else in the world, to find his way home. Before we drift out to sea together, if this kind of slow, ancient storytelling helps you rest, consider tapping like and subscribing so more of these journeys can find you. And if you'd like, leave a comment with where you're listening from tonight and what time it is where you are. There is something quietly comforting in knowing that somewhere else in the world, another person is also lying still in the dark, letting an old story carry them towards sleep. Now breathe out slowly. Let your body grow heavy. Tonight we are not going to Troy. Troy has already fallen. Tonight we are going to sea with a man who thinks the hardest part of his life is already finished. He is wrong. To understand why the sea would come to hate a single mortal man, you first have to understand what the sea meant to the people who told this story around their fires, generation after generation, for hundreds of years before anyone thought to write it down. To the Greeks who lived along these rocky coastlines, the sea was never just water. It was the road that connected islands too far apart to reach any other way. It carried grain and wine and pottery and rumors and armies and grief. A calm morning sea looked like beaten silver, gentle enough to trust a child to swim in it. By afternoon, the same water could rise into black walls taller than houses and break a warship into kindling in minutes. Sailors did not think of the sea as a place. They thought of it as a mood, a temperament, a will. And that will had a name, Poseidon. The Greeks called him the earth shaker because when his anger struck downward instead of outward, the ground itself trembled and cracked, and springs of fresh water sometimes burst up out of stone where none had been before. He ruled the currents between the islands, the storms that came without warning, and the horses that thundered across open plains, since to the ancient mind, a galloping horse and a churning wave moved with the same wild, uncontrollable power. Before any voyage, sailors poured wine onto the deck, burned incense, and slit the throats of bulls on the shore, because every one of them understood a simple, unspoken law of the world. Nobody crosses the sea without Poseidon's permission. Only one man in all of Greek memory dared to do more than simply cross it. One man looked at the god who owned the water and, without ever meaning to start a war he could not win, challenged him anyway. Picture Odysseus now, not the smooth marble statue that later centuries carved of him, calm-faced and perfect. Picture him as he actually was, a man of maybe 40, with rope-burned hands and a face that has been sanded down by 10 years of salt wind and sun. There is a thin white scar above one eyebrow from a spear he ducked just late enough. His hair, once dark, is beginning to gray at the temples, though not from age so much as from the particular exhaustion of a man who has not slept without one eye open in a decade. His eyes are the most striking part of him, restless, calculating, always moving, always measuring the room, the wind, the distance to the door. The old poets who first sang his story gave him many titles: the resourceful one, the man of many turns, the enduring heart. But if you asked the people who knew him best, they might have told you that his most dangerous quality was neither his strength, which was considerable, nor his cunning, which was legendary. It was his pride, not the loud, chest-beating pride of a young warrior who charges into battle screaming his own name. His pride was quieter than that, and far more dangerous, because it lived inside his intelligence. It was the quiet, comfortable belief that a clever enough mind could outthink any danger. That wit could always find the gap in the wall that strength alone could never break through. That if a god set a trap, a sufficiently brilliant man might still find his way out of it. That belief would very nearly cost him everything he loved. Some modern historians think the myths of Odysseus may preserve distant, half-remembered echoes of real Bronze Age warlords, kings who ruled from the stone palaces of a civilization we now call Mycenaean Greece. Archaeologists digging at sites like Mycenaean Pylos have uncovered massive fortress walls, gold death masks, and painted throne rooms where real men once ruled real kingdoms with bronze swords and chariots, centuries before Homer's name was ever attached to a poem. Whether one particular king inspired Odysseus, nobody can say for certain, and honestly, that uncertainty barely matters. Myths rarely survive 3,000 years because every detail in them is historically accurate. They survive because they keep asking a question that never stops being relevant to anyone who hears it. Can cleverness truly protect you from your own fate? Or can the very intelligence that keeps you alive become the exact thing that destroys you? Listen to the quiet now. Somewhere far off, cicadas are humming in dry summer grass. Ahead of you in the dark, wooden hulls creak softly against a gentle current. Odysseus has already survived 10 years of war beneath the walls of Troy. 10 years. Let that number settle in your mind for a moment. 10 years of bronze armor pressing on tired shoulders. 10 years of funeral pyres burning at dusk, and the particular silence that falls over a camp the morning after a friend has died. Men who left their homes as young husbands, barely out of boyhood, returned from that war as hardened, quiet strangers if they returned at all. Many did not. When Troy finally burned, when the wooden horse had done its terrible work and the last of the city's defenders had fallen, the Greek kings believed, all of them, that the worst part of their lives was finally behind them. Home was waiting. Wives who had grown into different women during the long absence. Sons who had grown from toddlers into young men capable of holding a spear. Fathers who had aged a decade in the space the war had taken. Odysseus believed exactly the same thing. He stood on the smoke-stained shore beside his fleet of 12 ships, torches guttering in the sea wind. Sailcloth snapping overhead like something eager to be gone. His men loaded clay jars of oil, sacks of dried grain, water skins, bronze tools taken as spoils of war. Some of them laughed with the loose, exhausted relief of men who cannot quite believe they are still breathing. Some knelt and prayed quietly toward the dark water. Some simply stood and stared out at the horizon, saying nothing at all, and above every one of them, without exception, the stars kept their slow, unreadable watch. To the Greeks, the night sky was not decoration. It was information. Certain constellations rising in a particular order told experienced sailors when the winds were about to shift. Priests sometimes claimed that the gods wrote their warnings directly into the pattern of the stars, though everyone agreed that actually reading those warnings correctly was never simple and was easy to get wrong. That final night on the beach outside the ruins of Troy, something appeared in the sky that unsettled even the most battle-hardened of the men. The old traditions disagree about exactly what it was. Some later storytellers describe a thin red streak tearing across the stars, gone before anyone could be sure they had seen it. Others describe seabirds, dozens of them, wheeling in tight, unnatural circles directly above the fleet, screaming into the dark for no reason anyone could name. A third version of the story claims the warning did not come through the sky at all, but through a dream. In this version, Odysseus dreamed of water, not the familiar, glittering water of the coastline he knew, but an endless black sea with no shore anywhere in any direction. No stars reflected on its surface. No moon. Only darkness, and beneath that darkness, the unmistakable sense of something enormous, moving slowly just beneath the surface, close enough to feel. He woke before dawn with his heart hammering against his ribs. The camp around him was silent except for the soft crackle of dying embers and the distant hiss of surf against sand. He said nothing about the dream to anyone, not one word. And that silence matters because in nearly every culture that has ever told stories about fate, a warning that goes unspoken has a strange habit of becoming the very thing it warned against. The Greeks understood omens differently than we might today. A sign from the gods was rarely a locked door with no way through. More often it was a fork in the road, an offered choice, a narrow path toward wisdom that a wise man might still choose to take. But men who have just spent 10 years fighting their way home from a war are not always in the mood to listen carefully to warnings, however clearly they are given. The first light of dawn touched the water, turning the Black Sea to hammered gold. Orders were shouted down the beach. Ropes were pulled taut. Oars dipped into the shallows. And 12 ships, carrying men who were absolutely certain they were sailing toward home, pushed away from the ruined shore of Troy. Far below that shining, golden surface, though, older currents were already moving in older patterns, patterns that had nothing to do with wind or tide. And somewhere beyond anything a mortal eye could see, a god had not yet turned his attention toward this particular fleet of ships. Poseidon did not hate Odysseus. Not yet. That is, in its own way, the saddest part of everything that is about to happen. The wrath that will follow this man for 10 more years has not begun. The curse has not been spoken aloud. The name has not yet been shouted across open water in a moment of foolish pride. All of that disaster is still sleeping quietly in the future, waiting for a door to be opened. And perhaps that is the truest, most human part of this whole ancient story. There are moments in every life that feel completely ordinary, even peaceful, while somewhere just past the horizon, without any warning at all, catastrophe is already beginning its slow approach. Odysseus stood at the stern of his ship as it pulled away from the smoking ruins behind him, the sea wind pressing his cloak flat against his back. Home. The word filled him the way fire fills dry wood. Home to his wife Penelope, whom he had left as a new bride. Home to his son Telemachus, who had been an infant in her arms the last time Odysseus had seen him, and who would now be old enough to ask hard questions. Home to the stone halls of Ithaca overlooking pale cliffs, to olive groves silvering in familiar wind. But the sea ahead of him gave nothing away. It never does. Even now, scholars still argue over whether the geography described in this story preserves the memory of real places along the Mediterranean coastline, or whether it was always intended to blur into something closer to myth than to any map. Perhaps that uncertainty is exactly right for a story like this one, because the true journey Odysseus is about to take was never only a journey across water. It was a journey through temptation, through grief, through pride, through memory, and through the slow, cold anger of a god he had not yet met and had no idea he was about to insult. As the ships moved further from the smoking coastline, gulls circled above them for a while before thinning out, then vanishing entirely into an empty white sky. One question seemed to drift over the water like sea mist, unspoken by anyone, but felt by everyone. What happens to a brilliant man when he forgets that intelligence and wisdom are not the same thing? The answer is waiting for him, in blood, in darkness, in a stone cave where a one-eyed giant will one day pray desperately to his father, the god who rules every wave Odysseus still has to cross. But that is still ahead of us. For now, only the sea remains, steady, ancient, breathing quietly beneath a calm morning sun. And you are sailing now with Odysseus into waters that already somehow remember a storm he has not yet earned. The 12 ships move westward through gentle morning water, dark hulls rising and falling in that old, familiar rhythm that every sailor's body eventually learns by heart. Oars dip in unison. A light spray of salt water cools your skin. Above, the last of the gulls disappear until only pale, empty sky remains. Behind the fleet, Troy fades slowly into a smudge of smoke and memory. Memory, though, is rarely satisfied to stay behind. It follows. It clings to a person the way ash settles into the folds of cloth and refuses to wash out completely. Odysseus stands near the stern, one hand resting on wood that has been worn smooth by a decade of gripping it. His eyes are fixed not on the smoke behind him, but on the empty horizon ahead. Home still lives in his mind with an almost unbearable clarity. He can picture Penelope seated by torchlight, working steadily at her loom. He imagines Telemachus, no longer an infant, perhaps already tall, perhaps already beginning to learn the quiet, heavy weight of what it means to inherit a kingdom. War does strange things to time. Men fight through one version of the world while an entirely different version continues on without them, back home. Around him, the tension of departure slowly begins to loosen. The first days after leaving a war zone often bring a strange, disbelieving kind of relief. Armor is unbuckled and stacked. Helmets are set aside. Bread is broken and passed hand to hand. Laughter returns in small, uncertain bursts, hesitant at first, then warmer like a fire catching. Some of the men begin singing old rowing songs, melodies far older than any of them, passed down through generations of sailors who learned to trust rhythm to steady both muscle and spirit through a long day at the oars. Not every sound on the water brings comfort, though. On the second day, one sailor stops rowing and looks upward. A single black seabird circles the mast, harsh-voiced, unfamiliar. Not a gull. It circles once, twice, a third time, and then vanishes toward the east. The sailor mutters something under his breath that might be a prayer. In the Greek world, birds were never simply birds. Priests trained for years to read the meaning in a bird's flight, its direction, its height, the particular way its wings move through the air. Even Zeus, king of all the gods, was said to send his messages through eagles. A bird crossing from right to left might mean one thing near a sacred temple and something entirely different somewhere else. Context mattered. Interpretation mattered. And above all, humility mattered, because a man who assumed too confidently that he understood a sign from the gods was often the man who misread it worst. Odysseus notices the sailor's unease and asks him directly what he saw. "A watcher," the man replies quietly. Odysseus says nothing in response, but privately he remembers his dream, the endless black water, the unseen presence beneath it. Still, he pushes the fear aside. He survived 10 years at Troy. He outwitted kings and warriors far stronger than himself. He helped design the wooden horse that broke a city everyone had believed unbreakable. If his intelligence carried him through a decade of war, why should the open sea be any different? That thought warms him. It also quietly blinds him. This is one of the oldest and most devastating truths ancient audiences understood about their heroes. A man's greatest strength very often contains, buried inside it, the exact seed of his ruin. The warrior Achilles carried unmatched glory on the battlefield alongside a destructive rage that eventually consumed him. The commander Agamemnon held enormous royal power but almost no self-restraint. Odysseus possesses cunning, real and considerable cunning. But cunning, left unchecked for long enough, has a way of slowly curdling into arrogance. By midday the sun is high enough that the sea glitters so brightly it becomes painful to look at directly. Bronze shields catch and throw back the light. The mingled scent of tar, wet oak, and olive oil settles over the ship, the unmistakable smell of a vessel deep into a long voyage. Dolphins surface briefly alongside the lead ship, smooth gray backs catching the light before they vanish beneath the waves again. Several of the men smile at the sight. Dolphins were widely considered a good omen among Greek sailors, creatures thought to be close to the gods and friendly to those who traveled the sea. Old stories told of dolphins guiding lost ships safely back to shore. For a moment, some of the men allow themselves to believe the gods are smiling on this journey. But the gods, as this story will prove again and again, rarely speak with a single voice. That evening, the fleet anchors near a small rocky island to rest for the night. Fires are lit along the shore. Fish roast slowly over the coals, and the smell of charred skin and wild herbs drifts through the cooling evening air. Overhead, the stars emerge one by one, patient and unhurried. Odysseus finally falls asleep, and the dream returns to him, sharper this time than before. You can feel it with him, dark water surrounding him in every direction. No ship, no oars, no stars overhead. Only black waves that seem somehow to be breathing, slow and deliberate, like something alive. Then something begins to rise from beneath that water, not fully seen, only sensed, vast, ancient, waiting. Then comes a voice, low and distant, more felt than heard, pressing meaning directly into his sleeping mind rather than using words at all. A warning, a refusal, a judgment that has not yet been spoken aloud but is already forming somewhere far away. Odysseus wakes suddenly, his chest tight, his breath short. The fire beside him has burned down to embers. Most of the camp is asleep except for one old sailor feeding small branches into the last of the flames. The old man looks over at Odysseus without any real surprise on his face. "You saw the water again," he says. "It is not a question." Odysseus stiffens. "How did you know?" The old man shrugs one shoulder. "You were breathing like a drowning man." Long silence stretches between them. Then the old sailor speaks again, quietly, almost to himself. "There are victories that anger men." He pauses, feeding another branch to the fire. "And there are victories that anger gods." Odysseus studies him carefully in the dim light. "What are you saying exactly?" The old man turns a burning branch slowly in the coals. "Troy did not fall cleanly." No answer comes from Odysseus. The old sailor continues. "Cities remember deceit." The flames crackle and pop. "Gods remember it too." This idea would not have sounded strange or abstract to an ancient Greek audience. Divine anger very often followed a violation of some kind of sacred order, whether that was a broken oath, a betrayed guest, or a victory won through trickery rather than honest strength. Cunning itself was not automatically condemned. The goddess Athena, in fact, loved cleverness above almost every other virtue. But cunning used without any reverence for the powers watching from above could very quickly become something dangerous. Success, especially hard-won success, has a way of intoxicating a man past the point of caution. Historians still debate whether myths like this one preserve a kind of cultural memory of real Bronze Age anxieties, the slow collapse of once great palaces, cities burning, entire populations migrating across the sea in search of somewhere safer to live. It is possible that all of it, transformed over centuries of retelling, became this single, sweeping epic of one man's suffering. Odysseus lies back down, but sleep does not return to him that night. Dawn arrives pale and cold, thin mist clinging low across the water. The ships depart once more. A day passes quietly, then another after that. At first, this stretch of calm feels reassuring, even welcome after the tension of the omens. But slowly, something begins to trouble the men. There is no wind, only weak, sluggish currents. The sails hang limp and useless against the mast. Progress slows to a crawl. Even the sea itself seems strangely, unnaturally still. Ancient sailors feared unnatural calm nearly as much as they feared violent storms, because a dead, motionless sea felt suspended, watchful, as though it were waiting for something. On the fourth evening, a strange glow appears far off on the horizon. At first it resembles a sunset, except the sun has already fully set an hour earlier. The glow is a deep red, faint, and pulsing slowly, like a heartbeat. Some of the men suggest it might be lightning behind distant clouds, but no thunder ever follows, and no cloud bank ever forms. Only that slow, red light, breathing quietly against the darkness like something made of embers rather than fire. One sailor whispers, almost without meaning to, "Fire on the water." Another makes an old protective gesture with his hand, one passed down from before any of the formal temples were built. Odysseus watches the glow in silence. No explanation satisfies him. Modern scholars remain divided on how to interpret such imagery in oral tradition. Some believe descriptions like this one preserve distorted memories of real volcanic activity somewhere in the Aegean region. Others argue that such imagery was always meant to function symbolically, representing the growing attention of the gods rather than any literal event. It is entirely possible both explanations hold a piece of the truth. By midnight, the glow fades and vanishes. Morning comes, and with it, the sea finally changes. Wind returns, not gentle and not wild either, but something balanced carefully between the two. enough to fill the sails again, enough to move the fleet forward with real speed, enough finally to carry them toward land. By afternoon, dark shapes rise slowly along the horizon. Relief sweeps through the exhausted crews at the sight of a coastline. Land means fresh water, food, rest, trade if the people there are willing. Odysseus narrows his eyes against the glare, studying the approaching shore, cliffs, a natural harbor, threads of smoke rising from a settlement further inland. This is the land of the Sicons. From a distance, what waits there looks entirely ordinary. And that, as Odysseus is about to learn in the harshest way possible, is exactly the danger. Not every disaster arrives wrapped in thunder and lightning. Sometimes ruin creeps in through the most familiar of human instincts: hunger, greed, and the old, war-hardened habit of seeing every stranger as either a threat or a target. The men begin preparing to land. Weapons are lifted once more. Spears are gripped tightly. Armor is tightened across tired shoulders. And though no storm darkens the sky above them, an old warning echoes somewhere deep inside Odysseus, as faint and persistent as distant surf. There are victories that anger gods. Soon he will make a choice. And the very first step toward Poseidon's wrath will begin, not with any monster at all, but with a group of tired soldiers who have simply forgotten how to stop behaving like conquerors. The coastline of the Sicons rises ahead of you now in long bands of gray stone and sun-bleached grass, peaceful in a way that feels almost deliberate, almost like an invitation. Small whitewashed houses cling to the hillside above the shore. Threads of cooking smoke drift upward into a clear afternoon sky. Goats move like scattered gray shadows along the narrow paths between the rocks. From the ships, the settlement looks small, undefended, and to men who have spent 10 years learning the geometry of siege warfare, almost impossibly easy. Long before their feet ever touch the sand, the scent of land reaches the crew. Earth warmed all day by sunlight. Wild thyme crushed underfoot by grazing animals. Wood smoke drifting lazily on the breeze. It smells, more than anything else, like safety. And safety, as Odysseus will be forced to learn again and again over the coming years, has a habit of wearing the mask of comfort right before it reveals its teeth. The hulls scrape softly against the shallow shoreline. Sand and loose pebbles crunch beneath sandals as men leap down into the shallows. Spears and bronze blades grip tightly in weathered hands. The familiar weight of a weapon changes something in a soldier almost instantly. Shoulders straighten. Breathing deepens. Muscles remember the rhythm of war before the conscious mind has time to ask any questions about whether war is actually necessary here. This is one of the cruelest inheritances of a long campaign. 10 years spent outside the walls of Troy have taught these men to see every settlement through the narrow, practical logic of siege and conquest. A village, to eyes trained this way, is no longer simply a village full of families going about their ordinary lives. It becomes an opportunity, resources, spoils, something to be taken rather than met. Ancient audiences, many of whom had fathers, brothers, or sons who had returned from real wars changed in exactly this way, would have understood this transformation immediately and painfully. Violence does not stay neatly folded up inside a battlefield. It travels home inside the men who survive it, whether they intend to carry it or not. Some modern scholars have suggested that the Odyssey, read carefully, shows an unusually early awareness of what we might now describe as the long psychological aftermath of prolonged combat. Men trained for years to survive through aggression rarely find it easy to simply set that training aside the moment a war officially ends. Odysseus, clever as he is not immune to this. He looks at the peaceful little village on the hillside and calculates. Grain, livestock, wine, supplies his fleet genuinely needs for the long voyage still ahead. The decision comes to him almost instantly. Too instantly, in fact, and that speed matters more than it might seem to at first. The raid itself begins with a terrible practiced efficiency. Wooden doors splinter under armored shoulders. Cries of alarm rise into the afternoon air. Livestock scatter in blind panic across the hillside. Bronze catches the sunlight in quick, violent flashes. Some villagers flee toward the safety of the inland hills. Others do not make it that far. The sounds blur together into something ugly and, to these particular men, uncomfortably familiar. Shouting, weeping, the clash of metal against metal, sandals pounding against dry earth. You can almost feel the dust rising in choking clouds around the whole scene. Odysseus moves through the chaos with the calm precision of a practiced commander, calling out short, clear orders, holding his men's formation together, keeping his own casualties to a minimum even as the raid unfolds around him. He is very good at this. Too good, in fact, and that is precisely where the tragedy of this episode begins to take root. Competence has a dangerous way of making destruction feel justified simply because it was carried out skillfully. Within a few hours, the settlement lies subdued. Grain sacks are gathered and carried down to the shore. Jars of wine are hauled toward the waiting ships. Goats and sheep are rounded up, bleating in protest. The men begin to celebrate, and even a small, easy victory has a way of stirring something feverish in tired soldiers. They start to drink. That is precisely when the first true mistake of this entire 10-year voyage quietly begins to unfold. Odysseus sees the danger building before it fully arrives. He can feel discipline slipping through his men's grip like water through open fingers. He gives the order to take only what they need and return immediately to the ships. His voice cuts sharply through the noise of celebration. Some of the men obey at once. Many more do not. Wine has a way of loosening obedience faster than any argument could. Laughter grows louder. Men settle in longer than they should, drinking deeper than they should, telling themselves, without quite saying it aloud, that they have already survived 10 years at Troy. What real threat could a handful of frightened villagers possibly pose to men like them? It is exactly the kind of question ancient audiences would have recognized as dangerous the moment it was asked. One of the older members of the crew, the same weathered old sailor who has already spoken quietly to Odysseus twice since they left Troy, approaches him now with his eyes fixed on the distant hills. "We should leave now," he says. Odysseus follows his gaze and at first sees nothing unusual. Then he notices movement, small, fast shapes far in the distance. Riders, messengers, he realizes with a cold drop in his stomach. The villagers who escaped are calling for reinforcements from neighboring settlements. Odysseus feels a chill despite the warm afternoon sun. "Sound the recall," he orders. A horn blasts once, twice, 3 times across the beach. Some of the men finally rise, cursing under their breath, stumbling as they gather their weapons. Others protest loudly. "There's still time," one shouts. Another raises a wine cup in a mocking toast. "We've already won." That single sentence hangs in the warm air like a curse waiting to be fulfilled. Greek storytellers loved returning to this exact pattern again and again. Disaster rarely begins with defeat. It begins with premature confidence. Hubris very rarely announces itself with the sound of arrogance. Far more often, it sounds exactly like laughter after a small victory. The riders arrive faster than anyone expected. Clouds of dust bloom along the inland road. Sunlight glints off spear points. Chariots rumble behind them. Far more warriors than Odysseus had anticipated, men hardened by open combat rather than the panic of village defense, summoned quickly from the surrounding countryside. In an instant, the entire balance of the encounter shifts. The hunters have become the hunted. The counterattack arrives with brutal, sudden force. War cries tear through what had, only minutes earlier, been a lazy, sunlit afternoon. Spears whistle through the air. Shields slam together with a sound like falling stone. Bronze rings against bronze in a chaotic, overlapping rhythm. Odysseus's men scramble to form a defensive line, but the disorder caused by drinking costs them precious seconds they cannot afford to lose. One sailor falls before he even manages to raise his shield. Another collapses, a spear driven deep into his thigh. Panic spreads through the ranks faster than any command can travel. Odysseus roars for discipline, and slowly, painfully, his lines begin to tighten. Retreat toward the ships, step by careful step, shields locked together. This is not glorious, heroic battle. It is desperate, ugly survival. Dust fills every lung. Sweat stings every eye. The smell of blood mixes with hot, trampled earth and spilled wine into something almost unbearable. Men slip on stones slick with sand and pink foam. Odysseus himself fights with terrifying precision, striking only when it is absolutely necessary, conserving every ounce of movement, buying his men the seconds they need to escape. But even his brilliance cannot undo the mistakes that were already made an hour earlier. By the time the sun begins to set, they reach the ships, barely. Bodies are dragged aboard rather than carried with any dignity. Oars plunge desperately into the water. The shoreline grows smaller and smaller behind them. Only then, once real distance has finally opened up between the fleet and the shore, does a heavy silence begin to settle over the ships. No cheering, no relief, only ragged, exhausted breathing and the grim, quiet work of counting the dead. Ancient tradition preserves one particularly devastating detail from this episode. 6 men lost from each and every ship. 72 dead in total. Not at Troy, facing legendary champions in open battle, where death at least came with the promise of songs and glory. Here, instead, simply because they lingered too long at a feast they had no right to claim in the first place. Odysseus sits in heavy silence as the sea around him darkens toward night. The bodies of the dead lie wrapped in cloaks along the deck. A cold, salt wind moves gently over their still, covered forms. One young sailor stares blankly down at the shape of his own brother's body. Another whispers a quiet prayer to Hades, asking for safe passage for the men who did not make it back to the ships. The old sailor speaks again, barely louder than the wind. The sea keeps an account. Odysseus says nothing in reply, but this time, unlike before, the words sink far deeper into him than they had on previous nights. The Greeks believed deeply that excess of any kind invited some form of correction from the world, though not always immediately. Balance mattered to them. Moderation mattered. There was an understood difference between taking only what was necessary for survival and simply surrendering to greed, because the opportunity to take more happened to present itself. Somewhere in the space between necessity and indulgence on that beach, a kind of sacred order had quietly been broken. That night nobody sings, nobody drinks. Even the sea itself sounds different somehow, waves striking the hull with a slow, hollow rhythm that resembles someone knocking patiently at a door. Odysseus finally falls asleep near dawn and the dream returns to him once more. Water, darkness, but this time something new appears within it. An eye, single, enormous, unblinking, watching him steadily from somewhere beneath the black water. He wakes with his pulse hammering violently in his throat. The dream lingers in his mind long after he opens his eyes. One eye. Why one eye of all things? He has no way of knowing, and neither, in truth, does anyone else aboard that ship. And yet the omen has clearly sharpened, grown more specific, more deliberate. Some researchers believe recurring symbolic imagery like this one helped ancient oral performers hold a very long story together across many nights of recitation, giving audiences a thread to follow through hours of continuous singing. But within the world of the myth itself, such symbols carried a genuine spiritual weight of their own. This particular eye does not merely foreshadow some vague future danger. It suggests, very specifically, attention. Something out there, something enormous and patient, has begun quietly to notice this one particular man. Dawn arrives pale and almost entirely windless. Odysseus rises from a night of broken sleep. His men row in heavy, unbroken silence. Nobody speaks of the dead lying beneath cloaks along the deck, but everyone aboard feels the shift that has settled over the entire fleet. The journey home no longer feels simple. And somewhere ahead of them, well beyond any coastline they have ever charted, waits a cave carved deep into solid stone, and a creature whose single, unblinking eye is about to turn a recurring dream into an inescapable destiny. Morning arrives with a strange, almost deliberate softness. After the blood and dust left behind on the shore of the Sicons, the sea itself seems unnaturally gentle now, as though it is quietly trying to erase the memory of what happened there through sheer, patient calm. The water stretches out around the fleet in wide sheets of blue glass. Small ripples shimmer faintly under a clear morning sun. No storms gather anywhere on the horizon. No gulls scream overhead. Even the wind feels muted, warm against bare skin, carrying only faint traces of salt and occasionally the sweet scent of flowering land somewhere far off in the distance. This silence comforts the exhausted crew for a while, but it also, in its own way, unsettles them. Ancient sailors feared the extremes of weather, certainly, but they also feared an unnatural stillness almost as much. Too much peace, held for too long without explanation, has a habit of feeling like waiting rather than safety. Days pass in this strange, suspended calm. The dead from Ismarus, as this stretch of coastline will later come to be called in some versions of the story, are quietly mourned. Names are spoken softly over small offerings of wine poured directly into the sea. In Greek ritual, a libation like this carried memory downward into the realms the living could not follow. To pour wine into open water was to acknowledge the boundary that now separated the living crew from the friends they had just buried at sea. Odysseus takes part in this ritual in complete silence, his face carefully unreadable. But inside him, something has quietly begun to shift. The loss at Ismarus lingers like a deep bruise that will not fade. He replays the decision over and over in his mind. They should have left sooner. He knew it even as it was happening. He gave the order, but he failed in the moment that mattered most to enforce it firmly enough. Knowledge without the authority to act on it, he is slowly beginning to understand, is often close to useless. By the 9th day of this strange calm, clouds begin to gather. Not storm clouds exactly, but a low, silver mist that slowly swallows the horizon whole. The line between sky and sea begins to blur until distance itself becomes almost impossible to judge accurately. This disorientation unsettles even the most seasoned sailors aboard the fleet. Men squint uselessly into the haze. Oars slow. Voices drop lower, almost without anyone deciding to lower them. Then land appears suddenly as though it has stepped directly out of a dream. Low green shores, wide, welcoming beaches, trees heavy with pale, unfamiliar leaves swaying lazily in the warm air. There are no visible fortifications anywhere along the coast, no smoke of war rising from any hillside, no watchtowers standing guard over the shore, no visible threat of any kind. Relief spreads quickly through the tired crews. Fresh water, food, a real chance to rest. Odysseus orders a small scouting party to go ashore while the rest of the fleet remains anchored safely offshore. 3 men are chosen to go inland. Strong, reliable men, warriors who have already survived both Troy and the disaster at Ismarus. Odysseus trusts them completely. At first, nothing about the island seems unusual at all. The scouts walk through tall grass thick with an unfamiliar, sweet fragrance. Flowers bloom in dense, colorful clusters all around them. Insects hum lazily in the warm, still air. The island feels almost sacred somehow, though no shrines or temples are visible anywhere along their path. Then they encounter the people who live there, the Lotus Eaters. Ancient sources describe them as something stranger than ordinary enemies. They do not attack the scouts. They do not threaten them in any way. Instead, they welcome them, smiling gently, calm and unhurried, offering food freely to these 3 tired, salt-crusted strangers. Not meat, not bread. Lotus fruit, soft and pale, sweet and fragrant, glistening faintly with juice in the bright island sunlight. Historians continue to debate whether Homer was describing a real plant, perhaps one associated with narcotic or mildly euphoric effects known along parts of the North African or Mediterranean coastline, or whether the lotus was always meant to be understood as symbolic rather than strictly botanical. Within the world of the myth itself, the exact species matters far less than the effect it produces. The scouts, hungry and exhausted after the long, tense voyage, except the offered fruit. They eat, and everything about them slowly begins to change. No more pain, no more grief, no more urgency or sense of longing for anything at all. Try to imagine memory itself gradually losing all of its weight. The faces of the people they love remain perfectly visible in their minds, but those faces stop aching the way memories of home usually ache after a long absence. Duties they have carried for years remain technically known to them, but those duties simply stop mattering. Home becomes little more than a distant, abstract idea, stripped completely of any emotional force. Time itself seems to loosen its grip. Desire quietly softens. Ambition fades away like smoke. What remains in its place is peace. Perfect, effortless, weightless peace. When the scouts fail to return to the shore at the agreed time, Odysseus begins to grow uneasy. He waits. He watches the tree line carefully. The sun climbs higher and higher in the sky. Still, there is no sign of his men. He decides, finally, to go looking for them himself. That single choice matters a great deal. A more cautious leader might have waited longer, might have sent a larger, better-armed party instead. Odysseus does not hesitate. He cannot simply abandon his men to whatever fate has found them. He follows the scouts' trail inland, through warm grass and flowering groves, until he begins to hear laughter drifting through the trees ahead of him. Gentle laughter, not fearful, not desperate in any way, simply deeply content. He finds the three men reclining beneath a canopy of low trees, smiling faintly, utterly relaxed. One of them idly plucks lotus petals between his fingers as though nothing in the entire world could possibly require any urgency or haste. Odysseus stops walking. Something here is deeply wrong, and he can feel it immediately, even before he fully understands what he is looking at. "Get up," he says firmly. None of the three men move. One of them looks up at Odysseus and smiles faintly. "You should try this," he says, his voice slow and dreamy. Odysseus narrows his eyes. "We leave now." Another of the men laughs softly, almost kindly, as though Odysseus has just said something charmingly naive. "For what?" he asks. That single question strikes Odysseus harder than any act of open defiance could have. For what? Home, duty, family, honor. These are the exact things that drive Odysseus forward through every single hardship he has faced so far. To hear them casually questioned like this unsettles him more deeply than he expects. The first scout speaks again, his voice dreamy and distant. There's no need to struggle anymore. He closes his eyes slowly. No more rowing, no more war, no more storms. A long pause. No more pain. The lotus eaters themselves watch this entire exchange quietly from a respectful distance. There is no force involved anywhere in this encounter. No chains. Only a gentle, endlessly patient invitation. And that, more than anything else, is exactly what makes them so genuinely terrifying. Ancient Greek audiences would have recognized something profound in this scene. Not every form of destruction arrives wrapped in violence. Some dangers work by removing suffering so completely and so gently that they end up erasing purpose right along with it. To forget pain entirely might sound, on the surface, like a mercy. But pain and love are very often woven together more tightly than people realize. Remove one of them completely, and the other has a tendency to weaken as well. Odysseus kneels beside one of the scouts. "Your wife," he says quietly, no reaction at all. "Your sons." A slow, unhurried blink, nothing more. Odysseus feels something close to genuine fear rise in his chest now, though it is not a fear of death. It is a fear of dissolution, of simply ceasing to be who he is without ever actually dying. He understands, suddenly and completely, that the greatest threat to any homecoming may not be monsters and may not be storms at sea. It may simply be forgetting, gradually and painlessly, why home ever mattered in the first place. One question about this episode has never been fully settled among later storytellers. Why does Odysseus himself resist the pull of the lotus so completely, when three of his strongest, most reliable men could not? Some later versions of the tale suggest that Athena's divine favor protected him directly. Others argue that his own sheer force of will held firm where theirs did not. A third interpretation, favored by many modern readers, suggests something quieter and more human. Perhaps Odysseus resists the lotus precisely because longing defines who he is far more deeply than comfort ever could. He refuses the offered fruit, and then he acts with a ruthless, decisive clarity. He drags his 3 men up onto their feet by force. They protest loudly. They struggle against him. One of them weeps openly. Another begs to be allowed to stay exactly where he is. "Please," he cries, reaching desperately back toward the lotus trees, "just let me sleep, sleep." The word lingers in the warm island air long after he has spoken it. Odysseus hardens himself against it completely. "No," he says simply. He binds all 3 of them, literally, rope around their wrists, tied firmly to the rowing benches, dragging them bodily back toward the ships despite their continued protests. His crew watches this entire scene in stunned disbelief as the 3 scouts scream and beg to be allowed to return to the shore. Odysseus gives immediate, absolute orders to the rest of his men. Nobody goes inland from this point forward. Nobody eats anything grown on this island. "Row," he commands, and the single word cuts through the warm afternoon air like a blade striking stone. Oars plunge into the water. Foam churns white around the hull. The shoreline slowly begins to retreat behind them. The 3 bound men continue crying out, straining desperately against their ropes, but gradually, as the distance grows, their voices fade into silence. The island itself shrinks steadily behind the fleet until it disappears entirely. The sweet fragrance that had followed them out to sea finally fades away completely. A light wind returns, filling the sails once more. Hours later, the 3 bound men slowly begin to come back to themselves. Confusion replaces the dreamy contentment that had wrapped around them only hours before. One of them stares down at the rope still wound tightly around his own wrists as though he has never seen it before. "What happened?" he asks, his voice hoarse. Odysseus does not answer him right away. He looks out instead at the sea, at the place where the island used to be visible. Then quietly he says only, "You forgot." None of the 3 men say anything in reply. Night falls once more. The stars return, familiar and steady overhead, and their presence brings a strange, welcome comfort after the disorienting sweetness of the island. Odysseus lies awake again long after the rest of the crew has fallen asleep. The dream returns to him, changed once more. Dark water, the single eye exactly as before, but this time something else appears alongside it. The mouth of a cave, stone, complete blackness. And somewhere within that blackness, the unmistakable sound of something enormous, breathing slowly and steadily in the dark. He wakes before dawn, cold sweat clinging to his skin. The old sailor, as always, notices immediately. "You saw something new," he says. Odysseus nods slowly. "A cave." The old man feeds another branch into the small fire beside him, watching the flames catch and crackle. Then he speaks words that Odysseus will carry with him for a very long time afterward. "Some monsters eat flesh." A long pause. "Others eat memory." The embers glow steadily in the dark. The ships move onward through the night, carrying their exhausted, uneasy crew toward whatever waits for them next. And somewhere ahead, on a rocky island beneath towering cliffs of black stone, waits a creature that, as Odysseus and his men are about to discover, hungers for both. The sea grows rough again as the fleet finally leaves the strange, sweet shores of the Lotus Eaters behind. Wind returns out of the northwest, colder now than before, carrying with it the sharp mineral scent of stone and distant cliffs. The men row in an uneasy silence, still quietly shaken by how close they came, all 3 of them, to simply surrendering everything they had ever loved for the sake of a little painless comfort. Nobody speaks of the island directly. Nobody wants to admit, even to themselves, how close they came to losing everything without a single blow being struck against them. Yet silence carries its own peculiar weight. Thoughts tend to deepen inside it rather than fade away. Even laughter, which had slowly begun returning to the fleet after Ismarus, becomes rare again. Odysseus notices this change settling over his crew. They no longer move with the loose, relieved energy of men who believe they are simply sailing home. They now move instead with the wary, watchful discipline of survivors who have begun to suspect that the journey itself might be actively hostile toward them. Several days later, land rises ahead of the fleet once more. This time it is not the gentle green shoreline of the Lotus Eaters. This is rock, massive, towering rock. Jagged black cliffs thrust straight upward out of the sea like broken teeth. White foam explodes violently against dark stone at their base. Sparse tufts of grass cling stubbornly to narrow ledges high above the water. Goats wander with careless confidence along impossibly steep slopes. There are no harbors visible anywhere along the coastline. No towns. No threads of smoke rising from any hearth. Only wind, bare rock, and a heavy, waiting silence. The whole island feels ancient and untouched, as though ordinary human life was never truly meant to take root there at all. The fleet anchors a safe distance offshore. Nearby, a smaller island offers rich grazing land dotted with wild goats. Odysseus and a portion of his men go ashore there to hunt, and that evening they roast fresh meat over open fires, filling their bellies properly for the first time in many days. The crew begins to relax slightly, some of the old, easy camaraderie briefly returning around the fire. Then Odysseus notices something across the narrow channel of water separating the two islands. On the larger island, beyond the towering cliffs, he can make out caves. Enormous caves, dark openings carved directly into the stone, some of them clearly large enough to swallow an entire house whole. Curiosity stirs in him almost immediately, and that single detail matters more than it might first appear. The Greeks generally admired curiosity. They valued intelligence and the pursuit of new knowledge as genuine virtues, but they also understood, deeply and instinctively, that curiosity without caution had a way of turning dangerous very quickly. Odysseus possesses exactly the kind of restless mind that simply cannot leave an unexplained mystery sitting untouched. He must see. He must know. He must understand what waits inside those dark openings in the rock. His men sense the coming trouble immediately. One sailor speaks up first. "We have food already." Another adds quickly, "We should leave at first light tomorrow." The old sailor, as always, says nothing directly, though his expression darkens visibly at the suggestion Odysseus is clearly already forming in his mind. "No," Odysseus says simply, "we explore." A ripple of quiet groans passes through the gathered men. They know this particular tone in his voice by now. Once Odysseus has decided on something, talking him out of it has become an increasingly difficult task. At sunrise the next morning, he selects 12 men to accompany him and boards a smaller vessel separate from the main fleet. He also brings along something unusual, a skin of extremely potent wine, dark and richly fragrant, given to him earlier during the voyage by a grateful priest of Apollo. This particular wine is thick, almost syrup-like, and meant to be diluted heavily with water before drinking, far more concentrated than ordinary table wine. Odysseus himself is not entirely sure why he decides to bring it along on this particular expedition. Perhaps it is instinct. Perhaps it is a kind of omen working quietly beneath his conscious awareness. Perhaps it is simply fate, arranging its pieces well in advance. They land beneath towering stone walls where the surf crashes violently against jagged black rock. Cold sea mist clings to exposed skin. The climb upward toward the caves is steep and treacherous. Loose stones shift and crunch underfoot. Wind whistles thinly through narrow cracks in the pale limestone above them. At last, after a long and difficult climb, they reach the entrance of one of the great caves. Inside they find order, not the wild chaos any of them expected. Order. This surprises everyone in the group immediately. Shelves stacked neatly with rounds of cheese. Pens built carefully to hold lambs and young goats, large woven baskets arranged along one wall, wooden pails brimming with fresh milk, tools hung carefully on pegs, firewood stacked with obvious care. Whoever lives in this cave, they quickly realize, is not some mindless beast. He keeps livestock deliberately. He works with real skill. He plans ahead for the future the way any careful farmer would. The men stare around them in a mixture of awe and unease. One of them whispers quietly, "Take the cheese and go." Another agrees immediately and eagerly. "We have more than enough already. Let's not linger here." This is, without question, the practical, sensible choice available to them. Take what they can carry, leave quickly and unseen, and be safely back at the ships before whoever owns this cave ever returns. But Odysseus hesitates. He wants more than simple supplies. He wants knowledge, hospitality, contact with whoever this careful, orderly stranger might turn out to be. The ancient and deeply sacred law of Xenia, the code of guest friendship that governed nearly every interaction between strangers throughout the Greek world, required a host to offer food, shelter, and protection to any traveler who arrived at his door, and required that traveler, in turn, to offer respect and honest news in exchange. Zeus himself was believed to personally guard this sacred bond between host and guest. To violate it in either direction was not merely considered impolite. It was considered a genuine crime against the gods themselves. Odysseus assumes, reasonably enough given everything he has seen so far in this cave, that whoever lives here must understand and respect these same sacred customs. That single assumption is about to prove catastrophically, almost fatally wrong. "We stay," he tells his men. They freeze in place, several of them staring at him in open disbelief. "Stay, to meet whoever owns this place." Unease spreads through the small group like cold water seeping into cloth. The old sailor who has accompanied this particular expedition finally speaks up directly. "This place feels wrong." Odysseus ignores the warning. They settle in to wait. Hours pass slowly inside the cave. The air grows noticeably colder as the sunlight outside shifts and begins to fade toward evening. Then finally they hear it, a sound, heavy, rhythmic, footsteps, though the word barely captures the reality of what they are hearing. Not footsteps exactly, impacts. The ground itself seems to tremble faintly with each one. Dust sifts down from the stone ceiling high above them. Something enormous is approaching the cave entrance. The light at the mouth of the cave darkens as a massive shape blocks it entirely, and then he enters, Polyphemus. He is vast beyond anything any of them expected, even after everything they had already guessed from the size of the cave and its supplies. Not merely tall, massive, a giant shaped roughly like a man but far heavier, far broader, as though he had been carved directly out of a mountain rather than born in any ordinary way. His shoulders nearly brush against the stone walls on either side of him as he ducks through the entrance. His arms are as thick as the trunks of old olive trees. Matted, filthy hair falls in tangled ropes around a brutal, heavy-featured face, and dominating the center of that face, directly above where two eyes should be, sits a single enormous eye. The eye, Odysseus stops breathing entirely for a moment. The dream, the watcher beneath the dark water, the single eye that has haunted his sleep for weeks now stands directly in front of him, made suddenly, terribly real. Ancient audiences would have felt the full weight of this terror instantly upon hearing it described. The Cyclops, in Greek imagination, represented beings who existed entirely outside civilized order. They lived without assemblies, without written laws, without any shared sense of communal justice. They answered to nothing but their own strength and their own appetite. To the Greek mind, true civilization meant structure. It meant ritual, agricultural cultivation, and above all, sacred hospitality freely offered to strangers. The Cyclops rejected every single one of these foundational ideas completely. Polyphemus enters the cave carrying an enormous bundle of firewood balanced easily across one massive shoulder. He drops it to the ground with a thunderous crash. Sparks leap up from the fire pit. The men flinch back instinctively. Then, with slow, deliberate ease, he rolls a massive boulder across the mouth of the cave, sealing it shut. Not pushes. Rolls, the way an ordinary man might roll a small stone across a garden path. It is a stone so enormous that 20 grown men working together could not hope to move it. The exit is sealed completely. The trap has closed around them. Polyphemus turns, his single enormous eye sweeping across the small group of terrified men huddled inside his cave. Silence stretches between them. Then a voice rumbles out of him, deep and rough, like boulders grinding slowly against one another. "Who are you?" Odysseus steps forward, keeping his voice as controlled and steady as he can manage under the circumstances. "We are Greeks, returning home from the war at Troy. Storms drove us here off our intended course. We ask for hospitality under the sacred protection of Zeus." The giant stares down at him for a long moment, then he laughs. The sound is genuinely terrible to hear, mocking and cold in equal measure. "Zeus," he repeats and laughs again. "We Cyclops care nothing at all for Zeus." That single sentence alone sends a chill through the entire cave. No reverence for the gods. No respect for sacred law, only raw, unchecked power, answerable to nothing beyond itself. Then Polyphemus asks the single question that will change absolutely everything that follows. "Where is your ship?" Odysseus reacts instantly without hesitation. He lies smoothly. "Destroyed. Poseidon wrecked it against these very rocks." A clever answer, carefully calculated to protect the location of his actual vessel and the rest of his men waiting safely offshore. Even here, trapped and afraid, his cunning does not desert him. Polyphemus steps closer to the huddled group of men. The smell of him hits first. Milk, wet animal hide, damp wool, and underneath all of that something darker. Rot, old blood. His single eye narrows, studying them carefully. Then, without any further warning at all, he strikes. A hand far faster than something that size should ever be able to move shoots out and seizes two of the men at once. Screams erupt. There is a horrifying crack of bone. Before anyone can fully process what is happening in front of them, Polyphemus smashes both men against the stone wall of his own cave. They die instantly. Then, with no hesitation whatsoever, he eats them raw, right there in front of the survivors. Warm blood runs down across the stone floor. You feel the cold stone beneath trembling feet. You hear the wet, tearing sounds that follow. You smell blood and milk and wood smoke merging together into something genuinely nightmarish. Odysseus cannot move, not from cowardice, from pure shock. Every assumption he had walked into this cave with has just collapsed completely. There is no negotiation to be had here. No hospitality, no shred of civilization at all. Only appetite. Polyphemus finishes his grim meal, drinks a long draught of milk, and lies down to sleep as casually as if absolutely nothing unusual has just happened. The surviving men huddle together in the darkness, shaking uncontrollably. One of them whispers through tears, "Kill him now while he sleeps." Odysseus grips the handle of his sword. The impulse burns fiercely inside him. Drive the bronze deep into sleeping flesh. End this immediately. But then his eyes fall on the massive boulder still sealing the cave entrance. Kill Polyphemus now, and every single one of them dies trapped inside this cave with no possible way out. The boulder is simply too large for any of them to move on their own. The realization crushes whatever fragile hope had briefly flickered in him. They cannot kill the giant. Not yet. Not until they find some other way out of this trap first. So they wait, huddled beside the bodies of their dead companions, beside the giant sleeping soundly only a few feet away. Through the long, endless hours of night, the small fire crackles softly in the darkness. The Cyclops snores like distant, rolling thunder. Odysseus stares into the flames, his mind racing desperately through every possible option. No amount of physical strength can win this fight. Only cunning, only patience, only careful, deliberate deception, planned out with absolute precision. And somewhere beyond the sealed mouth of the cave, far out over dark water, the sea itself moves quietly beneath the starlight, waiting, listening. Because the monster sleeping only feet away from them is not merely some mindless beast. He is a son, and his father rules over every single wave that Odysseus still has left to cross before he ever sees home again. Night inside the cave feels endless. The firelight slowly fades down to dim, glowing embers. The air near the stone floor grows bitterly cold. though the giant's steady breathing still warms the darkness in heavy, rhythmic bursts, each exhale sounding like wind forcing its way through a narrow canyon. Nobody among the surviving men truly sleeps. They sit pressed together against the rough limestone wall, knees drawn up tightly, weapons useless and forgotten in trembling hands. Blood from their two fallen companions has begun to dry across the stone floor, dark and metallic in scent, sticky now beneath careful sandaled feet. The horror of what they witnessed refuses to soften into something bearable. Every small sound in the darkness matters intensely now. Every stray thought becomes sharpened by pure survival instinct. Odysseus remains awake through all of it, and you can almost feel his mind working steadily beneath the surface of his outward calm. This, more than open battle, is where his particular kind of greatness truly emerges. While others around him collapse slowly into panic, Odysseus becomes only more focused, more precise. Fear does not vanish from him entirely. It simply narrows, gradually, into cold calculation. Ancient storytellers deeply admired this specific quality in a hero. True greatness, in their eyes, did not always look like brute force charging forward. Sometimes it looked instead like disciplined thought, holding steady under nearly unbearable pressure. He studies every visible detail of the cave carefully in the dim firelight. The entrance, the sealed boulder, the penned sheep, the banked fire. Then something catches his attention near the animal pens. A massive wooden club, freshly cut from a single piece of olive wood, thick and heavy, its tip roughly shaped but not yet fully finished or hardened. Polyphemus had clearly intended to cure and harden the wood later for his own use as some kind of staff or weapon. Odysseus understands immediately what this piece of wood could become in different hands. A plan begins to take shape in his mind. Dangerous. Almost certainly cruel in its execution, but quite possibly their only real chance at survival. Dawn arrives in thin, pale shafts of light leaking around the edges of the sealed cave entrance. Polyphemus rises from his sleep, and the ground trembles faintly beneath his enormous weight as he moves. The surviving men freeze instinctively. Morning, it quickly becomes clear, brings no mercy here. The Cyclops calmly relights his fire, milks his flock of goats and sheep with surprising gentleness, and then, without any visible emotion at all, seizes two more of the men. Screams. The sharp crack of breaking bone. Silence. He eats again, exactly as he did the night before. The horror of it feels almost ritualistic now. Routine, even. And that perhaps is the single most terrifying part of the entire ordeal. To Polyphemus, none of this is monstrous at all. It is simply ordinary. Hunger, feeding, basic survival, nothing sacred about it, and from his own perspective, nothing monstrous either. Before he leaves the cave to graze his flock for the day, he rolls the great boulder aside, drives his sheep out ahead of him, and then seals the cave entrance once more behind him as he departs. The surviving men are trapped inside once again, but this time, Odysseus moves quickly and quietly, wasting no time at all. He orders the remaining men to drag the great olive stake toward the dying fire. Together, working with careful urgency, they shave one end of it down to a sharp, deadly point using their bronze blades. Wood shavings scatter across the cave floor. Sweat runs down their backs despite the lingering morning chill. Their hands shake as they work, but none of them stop. Once the point has been properly shaped, they harden it carefully in the fire until the very tip chars black and solid. Then Odysseus hides the entire stake beneath a pile of dung and loose straw where it will not be noticed. Silence returns to the cave. Waiting begins again. This particular phase of their ordeal is in its own way the cruelest of all. Action, however dangerous, is always somehow easier to bear than simply waiting. The sun climbs slowly overhead, invisible from inside the sealed cave. Shadows shift outside. Evening approaches once more. And with evening comes doom, right on schedule. Heavy impacts sound again outside the cave entrance. Polyphemus returns. His flock floods back into the cave ahead of him. The great boulder seals the entrance once more. The fire is relit. Milk is gathered. Then his single eye turns almost lazily toward the remaining men. Two more of them die in exactly the same brutal fashion as before. The surviving men very nearly break completely under the strain. One of them sobs openly, no longer even trying to hide his terror. Another grips his blade with something close to suicidal desperation written plainly across his face. Odysseus stops him with a single sharp look. Not yet. Then Odysseus does something genuinely extraordinary. He approaches the giant directly, holding out the wineskin he brought along on this expedition. "Cyclops," he says, his voice carefully controlled despite the terror still coursing through him. "Try this." Polyphemus narrows his single eye, suspicion and curiosity mixing plainly across his brutal features. He takes the offered wineskin, drinks deeply, pauses, and then drinks again, even more deeply this time. The wine is rich, dark, almost overwhelmingly sweet and strong, nothing like anything he has apparently tasted before. Polyphemus grunts in obvious approval. "This is good," he says, and drinks still more. Ancient Greeks treated wine with genuine ritual seriousness. Diluting wine with water before drinking signaled civilization, moderation, proper social order. Drinking wine completely undiluted, the way Polyphemus is doing now, was often specifically associated with excess, with barbarism, with a fundamental lack of self-restraint. The Cyclops drinks it entirely raw, without a second thought, and the symbolism embedded in that single detail would not have been lost on any ancient audience listening to this story. Polyphemus begins to sway slightly where he sits. His voice thickens noticeably. "What is your name?" he asks. The question arrives, and Odysseus answers it with what has become one of the single most famous lies in all of Greek mythology. "My name is Nobody." Nobody. A clever pun in the original Greek, functioning as both an actual name and a deliberate deception at the exact same time. Polyphemus laughs drunkenly at this, the sound rumbling deep in his massive chest. "Nobody," he repeats, his heavy eyelid already beginning to droop shut. "I will eat nobody last as a special favor." He collapses backward, drunk, deeply and completely vulnerable for the very first time. Odysseus moves instantly. Now finally, the surviving men retrieve the hidden stake together. They thrust its charred, sharpened tip directly into the glowing embers of the fire until it begins to glow a dull, dangerous red. Odysseus counts silently under his breath. 1, 2, 3. They drive the burning stake forward together with all their remaining strength, directly into the Cyclops' single sleeping eye. The sound that follows is genuinely unforgettable, a scream that seems to exceed the normal boundaries of what any living creature should be able to produce. Not merely loud, primal. The entire cave seems to shake with it. Polyphemus thrashes wildly in agony, blood and scalding fluid spraying violently from his ruined eye socket. The olive wood hisses exactly like iron plunged suddenly into cold water. The smell, burnt flesh mixed with smoke and blood, fills the enclosed cave with a nauseating wave of heat. The men dive backward away from his flailing limbs. Stone cracks visibly under the giant's blind, furious fists. Polyphemus howls in agony and his scream echoes out across the surrounding cliffs and sea beyond the sealed cave entrance. Outside, other Cyclops living in neighboring caves hear his cries and call out in alarm. "Polyphemus, what has happened? Who is hurting you?" Inside the darkness, blinded and roaring in pain, Polyphemus bellows back his own fatal joke without realizing what he has done. "Nobody is killing me. Nobody." A confused silence follows outside, then grumbling voices retreating back to their own caves. "If nobody is harming you, then your suffering must be coming from the gods themselves, and no mortal can help with that." Footsteps recede into the distance outside. The clever trap hidden inside a simple name has closed perfectly. Odysseus's cunning has triumphed once again, defeating raw brute strength with nothing more than careful wordplay. The surviving men tremble with a kind of stunned disbelief at what has just happened. Hope, fragile and uncertain, begins to return to them for the first time since they first entered this cave. but actual escape still remains entirely out of reach. Dawn comes at last. The blinded Polyphemus can no longer see anything at all, but he can still feel. He rolls the great boulder aside and sits directly at the mouth of the cave entrance, running his massive hands carefully over the back of each sheep as it passes him, searching desperately for any man attempting to slip past disguised among his flock. Yet another seemingly impossible obstacle for the survivors to overcome. Odysseus studies the flock carefully and after a moment solves this final problem as well. He ties his remaining men beneath the bellies of the largest rams in the flock, hidden completely from view by the thick wool, using 3 sheep bound together for extra stability and support. He himself clings beneath the single strongest ram in the entire flock. One by one, the sheep pass slowly through the cave entrance. Polyphemus runs his hands carefully across each animal's back, never once thinking to check their undersides. The desperate ruse succeeds completely. At last, Odysseus himself passes directly beneath the giant's searching hand. As he does, he hears Polyphemus speaking softly, almost tenderly, to the ram he is clinging beneath. "My favorite," the giant murmurs. "Why are you last to leave today of all days?" There is something genuinely haunting in this small, quiet moment. Even monsters, it seems, love something in this world. Even monsters feel loss and confusion when their routine is disturbed. Some later scholars have noted this particular subtlety in Homer's original telling. Polyphemus is monstrous without question, but he is not entirely empty inside. He keeps his animals with real, evident care. He speaks to them with something close to genuine affection. Civilization rejected him from birth in this telling, but emotion clearly did not. The sheep move further out onto open ground. The hidden men detach themselves quietly from the animals' bellies and run, sprinting desperately toward the shore where their boat waits. They launch it into the water and row with every last ounce of desperate strength they have left. Distance grows steadily between them and the island. Safety, real safety, finally seems within reach. And then it happens, the single fatal moment that will define the rest of this entire 10-year voyage. Victory burns fiercely inside Odysseus now that they have actually escaped. Pride rises up in him, the exact same pride that helped carry him safely through 10 long years of war at Troy. He stands up in the moving boat, unable to help himself, and shouts back toward the distant shore. "Cyclops, if anyone ever asks who blinded you, tell them it was Odysseus, sacker of cities, king of Ithaca." Silence follows. His men freeze in place, horror written plainly across every face. No, several of them think desperately. Why say that? Why give away his real identity to a defeated enemy who might still have some way to reach him? This single moment is the central tragedy of the entire episode. Odysseus survives the cave, wins his freedom through genuine cleverness, and then immediately wounds himself far more deeply through simple, uncontrollable pride. On the shore behind them, Polyphemus goes suddenly still. His ruined, bleeding face turns slowly toward the sound of the retreating voice out on the water. Then the blinded giant lifts both of his massive arms toward the heavens above him. He prays, not to Zeus, not to Apollo, to his own father, to the sea itself. "Father Poseidon," he calls out, his voice raw with pain and fury, "hear me." The water around the distant boat seems, for just a moment, to pause completely. Even the wind seems to falter. The curse begins. "If I am truly your son," Polyphemus prays, "grant me this. Let Odysseus never reach his home." A pause heavy with meaning. "And if fate demands that he does return there eventually, let him come home late, broken, alone, having lost every single one of his companions along the way, and let only suffering greet him when he finally arrives." The prayer sinks down into the sea itself. Ancient Greeks believed deeply that spoken words carried real, tangible force in the world, especially prayers, oaths, curses, and names spoken aloud. A name carried a person's very essence within it. To reveal your true name carelessly, to an enemy or otherwise, could grant that enemy a genuine power over you that they would not have possessed otherwise. Odysseus has just done exactly that, without fully understanding the weight of what he has given away. Far beneath the glittering surface of the sea, ancient currents shift almost imperceptibly. A god, somewhere far away, hears his son's desperate prayer clearly for the first time. Poseidon now knows the name Odysseus, king of Ithaca, and from this single moment forward, the sea will never again be merely water to this one particular man. It will be wrath, patient and endlessly deliberate, waiting for its moment. The boat returns to the waiting fleet in grim, unbroken silence. No one celebrates the survival of the men who made it back. No cheers rise up over the waves as they climb back aboard their ships. Even this hard-won victory feels poisoned now by what Odysseus shouted back at the shore. The men row with heavy, aching arms, glancing nervously and repeatedly at the surrounding water, as though expecting something enormous to rise up from beneath the surface at any moment without warning. Above them, the sky remains perfectly clear, almost insultingly beautiful given everything that has just happened. Sunlight scatters across the water in bright, glittering fragments. The contrast between the beauty above and the dread below feels deeply unsettling. Ancient listeners to this story would have understood this particular sensation intimately. The gods did not always announce their anger with dramatic thunder. Sometimes divine wrath began, instead, in perfect stillness. Odysseus says very little in the hours that follow. That alone tells you a great deal about the weight now pressing down on him. Normally, his mind turns quickly toward strategy, toward explanation, toward reassuring his men and planning the next stage of their journey. But now a heavy silence wraps itself around him instead. He replays the fatal moment again and again in his mind. The shout, the name, the prayer that followed it. Why did he speak? Pride, certainly, played its part. But something deeper was also at work in him. Identity mattered profoundly within the heroic culture these men had all grown up inside. Glory depended entirely on being properly known and recognized. To perform a great deed in complete anonymous silence felt, to men raised this way, almost like a kind of erasure. A nameless victory offered no path toward immortality through song. Songs preserved names. Names, in a very real sense, survived even after death. And yet now, the very name he had guarded so carefully throughout the entire war at Troy has become, in an instant, a weapon turned directly against him. The old sailor sits down beside him near dusk that evening. "You should not have told him," he says quietly. Odysseus does not answer right away. Finally, he says only, "I know." The old sailor studies the darkening water for a long moment. The sea knows too. No further words pass between them. Days go by. Then the first storm arrives. It begins so subtly at first that only the most experienced sailors aboard even notice anything is wrong. Wind direction shifts twice within the space of a single hour. Small, gentle ripples on the water's surface sharpen suddenly into strange, angular patterns. Clouds gather low and fast from several different directions at once, moving unnaturally against one another rather than together. Air pressure changes noticeably. Ears pop uncomfortably. Rope strains audibly against the mast. Sails snap violently in a wind that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Then Poseidon answers. The storm descends like a living, deliberate force, not like ordinary weather at all. Waves rise with terrifying, unnatural speed. What had been calm blue sea only minutes earlier becomes dark, heaving chaos in an instant. Rain lashes exposed skin like thrown gravel. Thunder cracks directly overhead. Lightning briefly reveals towering walls of water rising above the height of the ships themselves. Oars lose their rhythm completely. Men scream to be heard over the roaring wind. Salt spray blinds everyone on deck. Fleet scatters helplessly across the churning water. You can feel the deck tilting violently beneath bare feet. Wet rope burns raw against desperate palms. The mast groans like something alive and in genuine pain under the tremendous strain. Every instinct screams at the men to simply cling to something solid and brace themselves for survival. Odysseus shouts commands through the howling storm. Trim the sail. Hold formation. Turn starboard. But nature no longer obeys any human command at all. The storm lasts through the entire night. and into the following day, and then into the day after that as well. Some ancient traditions claim Poseidon himself rode directly within the storm in some unseen form, trident raised beneath the roiling thunderclouds. Whether this detail was meant literally or purely symbolically, ancient audiences would understand the underlying truth regardless. This is no ordinary weather pattern. The sea itself has become deeply, personally hostile toward this one particular man. When the storm finally breaks at last, the surviving fleet is battered nearly beyond recognition, but still alive, barely. Then land finally appears again, unlike anything they have encountered so far on this journey. An island that seems to float, almost dreamlike, suspended somewhere between sea and sky. High bronze walls glimmer strangely in the returning sunlight. Strange cliffs curve gracefully around a hidden settlement, as though the entire landscape had been shaped deliberately by some kind of divine geometry rather than by ordinary natural forces. The harbor itself feels impossibly still and calm, fully protected from every direction of wind. This is the floating island of Aeolus, lord of the winds, master of every current of moving air in the known world, keeper of storm and calm alike. Ancient Greeks imagined wind not as some kind of random, meaningless movement, but as a genuinely living force, with each direction possessing its own distinct character and temperament. North winds brought cold and severity. South winds carried warmth and heavy rain. East and west winds carried their own particular temperaments as well. To control the wind itself was, in a very real sense, to control the fate of every sailor who depended on it. Odysseus enters the halls of Aeolus cautiously. The palace feels strange, genuinely beautiful, and yet somehow deeply unsettling all at the same time. Bronze doors gleam in the light. Curtains ripple gently despite the fact that these particular chambers are completely sealed against any outside draft. Lamps flicker even in places where no draft of any kind should logically exist. Everywhere you listen, you can hear the constant, subtle movement of air itself, whispering, sighing, circling endlessly through the halls. Aeolus receives Odysseus with genuine warmth. Hospitality returns to him for the first time in what feels like a very long while. Roasted meat is served, along with fresh bread, honey, and good wine. After everything they have already endured, this small measure of civilized order feels almost miraculous to the exhausted travelers. Odysseus tells his full story to his host, Troy, the Cyclops, the curse that followed. Aeolus listens with an unusual and careful attention throughout the entire telling. Then comes the warning. Poseidon is angry with you, Aeolus says simply. Simple words carrying enormous, heavy truth. Odysseus nods slowly. I know. Aeolus studies him carefully for a long moment. Do you understand why? A pause follows. Odysseus answers carefully. I wounded his son. Aeolus shakes his head slowly. No, the lamps flicker gently in the room around them. You wounded your own judgment. Silence follows this simple statement. The words strike far deeper than any direct accusation could have. This is precisely the kind of mythological meaning woven carefully throughout this entire story. The Greeks very often understood divine punishment not simply as arbitrary cruelty visited upon mortals, but as a kind of magnification of a flaw that already existed within a person long before the gods ever intervened. Poseidon did not create Odysseus's pride out of nothing. He simply found it already present and turned it into a genuine weapon against the man who carried it. Odysseus stays on the island nearly a full month as his guest. His men slowly recover their strength. The battered ships are carefully repaired. Morale gradually begins returning to the exhausted crew. Then, finally, the time comes for departure. Aeolus presents Odysseus with a parting gift, a heavy leather bag sealed tightly shut with a shining cord of silver. He places it carefully in Odysseus's hands. Inside this bag, he explains, are contained every single one of the hostile, dangerous winds that might otherwise threaten the voyage home. Only the gentle west wind remains free to blow, guiding the fleet steadily toward Ithaca. Aeolus speaks to him with a solemn, careful weight in his voice. "Guard this yourself personally," he says. His eyes sharpen with real intensity. "Trust no one else with it." The warning lingers in the air between them, feeling almost like a disguised prophecy rather than simple practical advice. Odysseus promises to follow this instruction exactly. The fleet departs from the island soon after, and for 9 genuinely glorious days, absolutely everything goes right for the first time on this entire voyage. That fact alone is exactly what makes the disaster that follows so unbearably painful. The wind remains favorable throughout. The sails stay full and steady. There are no storms, no delays of any kind. The men begin smiling again, some for the first time in months. Old songs return to the deck. Even genuine laughter begins returning in small, tentative bursts. Home, for the first time in years, begins to feel entirely real again. On the 10th day, Ithaca itself finally appears on the horizon. At long last, you can actually see it now, rising up out of the sea. Cliffs climbing directly out of blue water, familiar hills rolling gently in the distance, thin threads of smoke rising from distant homes, silver-green olive groves catching the sunlight. Home. Odysseus trembles at the sight of it. After Troy, after Ismarus, after the Lotus Eaters, after Polyphemus, after the terrible storm that nearly destroyed them all, home is finally, actually here in front of him. Exhaustion overtakes him almost completely in that moment. For 9 full days he has personally guarded the sealed bag without sleeping properly even once, terrified of losing control of it even for a moment. Now, with Ithaca finally visible on the horizon, he allows himself, just this once, to close his eyes and sleep. Just for a moment. That single moment of rest changes absolutely everything that follows. His crew watches him sleep, and then their attention slowly shifts to the mysterious sealed bag resting beside him. Whispers begin to spread quietly among them. What could possibly be inside it? Gold, perhaps. Silver. Some private treasure that Aeolus gave only to their king and to no one else among them. Resentment begins to stir slowly in the ranks. This is yet another quiet tragedy woven into this story. Odysseus's own intelligence very often ends up isolating him from the men who depend on him. He withholds information from them repeatedly for what he considers good strategic reasons, but secrecy of this kind has a way of breeding suspicion over time. One sailor whispers to another, "Why should the king alone keep everything for himself?" Another mutters in reply, "We bled just as much as he did on this voyage." The old sailor, sensing the danger building around him, tries to intervene. "Leave it alone," he warns. Nobody listens to him this time. Hands reach out toward the sealed bag. The silver cord holding it shut is loosened. The bag falls open. Catastrophe follows immediately. Wind explodes outward from the opened bag. Not simply air, fury given physical form. Howling, screaming currents burst free all at once with impossible, overwhelming violence. The ship lurches violently to one side. Sails snap and tear like fragile paper. Waves erupt around the hull. The entire fleet spins violently away from the coast of Ithaca, driven backward by winds strong enough to undo 9 full days of steady progress in a matter of minutes. Odysseus wakes instantly into total chaos. Too late to do anything at all. He sees the opened bag immediately and understands exactly what has happened in a single horrified glance. No, he thinks desperately. But human regret, however sincere, cannot recall a force that has already been released into the world. The freed storm winds roar like beasts finally escaped from a very long imprisonment. Ithaca vanishes completely behind curtains of blinding spray and rapidly growing distance. Home, visible only moments earlier, has been violently torn away from them again. The men scream in despair. Some weep openly. Some simply collapse where they stand. The old sailor closes his eyes slowly, having seen this particular disaster coming from the very beginning. Hours later, exhausted and thoroughly broken, the battered fleet drifts back once more toward the island of Aeolus, driven there by the very winds that destroyed their progress. Odysseus returns to the bronze halls, ashamed and desperate, and begs directly for help once again. Iolaus looks at him now with something far colder than simple anger. Pity at first and then, quickly following it, deep suspicion. "No," he says simply. Odysseus stares at him in disbelief. Iolaus steps back from him deliberately. "If the gods hate you this deeply," he says after a long pause, "then I will not oppose their will on your behalf." The heavy doors close firmly between them. Hospitality, so freely given only weeks earlier, has now ended completely. The battered fleet departs once more, this time without any blessing or protection at all. And Odysseus finally begins to understand something genuinely terrifying about the true shape of his situation. Poseidon's wrath is no longer only about storms at sea. It has become something far more insidious. It has become an erosion of trust, an erosion of hope, an erosion of morale among the very men who depend on him for survival. And somewhere ahead of them now lies a harbor so perfectly calm, so inviting, so silent, that nearly every single ship in the fleet will choose to enter it, and almost none of them will ever leave it again. After leaving the floating island of Iolaus behind for the second and final time, the fleet no longer moves like a company of hopeful men simply sailing home. Something essential inside the entire crew has quietly fractured. Trust that was already strained by earlier hardships now thins even further under the combined weight of exhaustion and shame. Oars dip into gray water with a purely mechanical rhythm now, stripped of any real enthusiasm. Few men speak at all. Even small, casual conversations die out quickly before they can properly begin. The crew avoids meeting Odysseus's eyes whenever possible, and Odysseus himself feels the growing distance between himself and his men acutely. Leadership, especially leadership that follows a genuine failure, carries its own unique and heavy loneliness. Ancient audiences understood this dynamic quite well. Kings were expected to carry not only formal authority, but also the full weight of blame whenever things went wrong under their command. Every loss, every mistake, every death presses down directly against the ruler's own name and reputation. Days become genuinely difficult to count accurately anymore. Sunrise, open sea, night, stars overhead, rowing without end. The pattern repeats itself over and over until time itself begins to blur together into a single, exhausting continuum. Then, strange new signs begin to appear around the fleet. The first sign is subtle. Birds vanish entirely. Not simply fewer birds than before. None at all. No gulls skimming the waves. No seabirds of any kind visible anywhere in the sky. Nothing. The old sailor notices this absence first, scanning the empty sky above with his weathered, careful eyes. His face tightens with obvious concern. "Too quiet," he mutters. Odysseus hears him clearly. "What do you mean?" The old man looks upward again. "No birds anywhere." Silence follows his simple observation. For experienced sailors, the presence of birds usually indicated proximity to land, to fish, to some form of life nearby. Their complete absence here suggests something is fundamentally out of balance in this particular stretch of sea. Some modern researchers believe Homer repeatedly used natural anomalies, exactly like this one, to signal that the story's characters were entering what scholars now call liminal spaces, regions where the ordinary rules of geography quietly give way to the deeper logic of myth. Whether this detail was ever meant literally or purely symbolically, the effect on the listening audience remains genuinely powerful either way. The second sign arrives at dusk. The sun begins to lower toward the horizon as expected, but twilight lingers strangely, far longer than it reasonably should. The light simply refuses to fade at its normal pace. Shadows stretch unnaturally across the water in strange bands of copper and violet color. One sailor mutters uneasily that dawn and dusk now seem to almost touch each other directly, without a proper night falling between them. Ancient descriptions of this particular stretch of the voyage mention a land where night and day nearly overlap completely, a poetic image that scholars still actively debate today. Some suggest this reflects half-remembered knowledge of distant northern latitudes, where summer nights genuinely do grow very short. Others see it as purely symbolic geography instead, suggesting that the farther a traveler journeys from home, the farther they also drift from any sense of normal, reliable time. Then land appears ahead of the fleet. Towering cliffs rise directly out of the sea, smooth and severe in their construction. Between two of these massive cliffs lies a narrow entrance leading into a vast, enclosed natural harbor. The water inside this harbor appears perfectly calm, fully protected from any wind by the sheer stone walls surrounding it on every side. The still surface reflects the surrounding cliffs almost like polished bronze. It looks, on the surface at least, absolutely ideal, safe, sheltered, almost too perfect to be entirely trustworthy. Odysseus studies the harbor carefully from a distance, and something about it feels immediately wrong to him, though he cannot quite articulate exactly what. The entrance into the harbor is unusually narrow. Escape, should it ever become necessary, would prove extremely difficult from inside. He hesitates before committing his ship to entering. That single moment of hesitation ends up saving his life. While the other 11 ships in the fleet sail confidently into the sheltered harbor and tie their lines securely deep within the calm basin, Odysseus keeps his own single ship anchored outside the entrance instead, ropes deliberately kept loose and ready for a quick departure if needed. His own men protest this decision. "Let's go in as well. It's clearly safer inside there," one of them argues. Odysseus cannot fully explain his reasoning even to himself. Only instinct. Only a persistent, nagging unease he cannot shake. "We remain out here," he says quietly. The old sailor nods in silent agreement. No further argument follows from him. The sheltered harbor slowly swallows the rest of the fleet from view. A heavy silence settles over the entire scene. No wind reaches inside the protected basin at all. The waves inside barely disturb the glassy surface. Even ordinary sound seems to behave strangely there, somehow absorbed almost entirely by the towering rock walls surrounding the harbor on every side. Odysseus sends a small group of scouts inland to investigate any signs of habitation nearby. 3 men begin climbing narrow stone paths leading up toward higher ground. Their sandals scrape audibly against the bare rock. Cool mist lingers stubbornly in shaded cracks along the path. At the summit, the surrounding landscape opens up unexpectedly into something surprisingly fertile. Green valleys, clear streams, well-tended pasture land, entirely unlike the harsh cliffs they climb to reach it. Then the scouts meet her. A girl, though the word barely applies given her true size. Enormous. Not monstrous in appearance exactly, simply immense beyond any ordinary human scale. She stands near a natural spring, carrying a water vessel roughly the size of a full barrel with apparent ease. The 3 scouts freeze in place at the sight of her. She notices them in turn, and rather than attacking, she simply points silently toward a great house visible in the near distance. A palace, clearly. The scouts follow her silent direction cautiously. That single choice seals their fate completely. Inside the great house waits the queen of this land. At first, the scouts genuinely cannot comprehend what they are looking at. She is gigantic, unmistakably a woman in basic form, but colossal in scale. Vast limbs, massive, exaggerated features. A human form somehow expanded into something genuinely terrifying to behold. Before fear can properly translate into any useful action, she calls out loudly. Her voice alone seems to shake the very walls around them. She summons her husband, king of the Laestrygonians. He appears almost immediately, and with no hesitation whatsoever, no attempt at speech, no pretense of ritual or hospitality of any kind. He simply grabs one of the 3 scouts and devours him on the spot. The remaining 2 men run for their lives, sprinting with absolutely everything left in their exhausted bodies. Down the steep cliff paths, back toward the sheltered harbor, screaming warnings that arrive, tragically, far too late to matter. The king's furious roar spreads rapidly across the surrounding land. It is answered almost immediately. From every surrounding cliff, valley, and ridge, more giants emerge in response. The Laestrygonians. Hundreds of them, according to most ancient versions of this story, perhaps even more. Ancient storytellers vary considerably in their exact numbers, but every version agrees completely on the sheer scale and horror of what follows. They descend on the harbor below like a living avalanche of destruction. The two surviving scouts finally reach the harbor, shouting frantic warnings. "Row! Run! Giants!" Panic erupts instantly across the entire trapped fleet. Men scramble desperately for their positions. Ropes are cut in a rush. Oars are lifted. Commands are shouted over one another in growing chaos. Then the attack begins in earnest. Boulders, massive stones torn directly from the surrounding cliffs and thrown down onto the ships below, not rolled carelessly, thrown with deadly, deliberate accuracy. The very first rock crushes an entire ship instantly. Wood explodes outward in every direction. Men simply vanish beneath the resulting wreckage. Water erupts violently around the point of impact. Another boulder falls immediately after the first, then another and another. The sheltered harbor, so calm and inviting only hours earlier, becomes an absolute slaughterhouse, because the trapped ships have nowhere at all to go. That, in the end, is the true genius hidden inside this deadly trap. Its calm and welcoming appearance was never actual safety. It was always simply bait. With the narrow harbor entrance now completely blocked by chaos and wreckage, any real escape becomes almost entirely impossible for the ships trapped inside. Odysseus watches this entire horror unfold from a safe distance outside the harbor entrance. You hear it happening alongside him, wood splintering violently, men screaming in terror and pain, stones smashing directly through wooden hulls, water churning wildly with wreckage and floating bodies, and worse than any of it, spears. The giants begin spearing survivors directly out of the water like fishermen efficiently harvesting an easy catch. This particular image genuinely horrified ancient audiences upon hearing it described. Civilization collapses completely in this single scene. Human beings become nothing more than food once again. Not warriors, not kings, simply meat. Odysseus acts instantly, without any hesitation at all. This is pure survival, stripped down completely to its cruelest possible form. He draws his sword, cuts his own ship's anchor rope free, and gives the order to row immediately. No attempt at rescue, no fatal delay, no impossible doomed heroics of any kind, only pure, immediate escape. His men row with a desperate, burning fury unlike anything seen earlier in the voyage. Muscles burn with the effort. Oars bite deep into the churning water. The ship surges rapidly away from the deadly harbor entrance. Behind them, 11 ships die, one after another in rapid succession. Gone completely. The fleet that originally left the ruins of Troy carrying 12 full ships has now been reduced, in the space of a single terrible hour, to just one single surviving ship. One hull, one remaining company of exhausted survivors. The sheer scale of this loss crushes every one of them completely. Hundreds of men dead, friends, brothers, companions who had shared 10 full years of war together, gone in a matter of minutes. Odysseus stands motionless at the stern of his single remaining ship, staring back at the rapidly shrinking cliffs behind them. His face becomes almost entirely unreadable to the men watching him. That particular silence frightens the surviving crew far more than any open display of grief would have, because grief, at least, would mean he was still feeling something recognizable. This silence feels deeper than that. Hollow, almost. Some historians interpret this particular episode with the Laestrygonians as a deliberate symbolic stripping away of Odysseus's earlier heroic grandeur. Earlier in the voyage, he commanded an entire fleet worthy of a genuine king. Now, this single myth reduces him almost entirely down to bare essentials. Leadership, a single sharp mind, pure survival instinct. Everything else about his former royal status has simply burned away in a single afternoon. Night falls once more over the sea. Nobody eats anything that evening. Nobody speaks at all. The single surviving ship drifts beneath a sky absolutely crowded with stars, so bright overhead that it almost physically hurts to look directly at them. The stark contrast between this cosmic, indifferent beauty above and the devastation still fresh below feels genuinely unbearable to everyone still alive to witness it. Odysseus finally falls asleep from sheer exhaustion. The familiar dream returns to him once more: dark water, the single watching eye exactly as before, but now the eye slowly fades away, replaced instead by something entirely new. A woman strikingly beautiful standing perfectly still. Her voice reaches him faintly through a thick, swirling mist. "Come to my island," she says. A pause follows. "I will change your men." He wakes sharply, breathing hard in the darkness. The old sailor is already awake nearby, as he so often seems to be. "You dreamed again," he says. Odysseus nods slowly. "A woman." The old man stares silently out into the surrounding darkness for a long moment. "Not all monsters rely on strength alone," he says finally. Firelight from the ship's small lamp flickers unsteadily over the tired, salt-crusted faces of the surviving crew. Hands blistered raw from days of desperate rowing. Bodies aching from exhaustion and grief in equal measure. Only one single ship remains now out of the original 12, and somewhere ahead of them, waiting patiently, lies an island covered in dense forest, fragrant herbs, and old, dangerous enchantment. A place where ordinary men will soon become beasts, and where Odysseus himself is about to meet a powerful sorceress who sees, with unsettling clarity, the animal hidden quietly inside every human soul she encounters. The single surviving ship drifts for several days through waters that feel emptier and more silent than any stretch of sea they have crossed so far on this entire voyage. One ship, one remaining crew, one king now carrying the full, crushing weight of 11 vanished vessels and every single man who died aboard them. Loss of this magnitude has a way of changing the very feel of physical space around the survivors. The deck of the ship feels larger now, somehow, and far quieter than it should, haunted by absences that nobody aboard dares to name out loud. Places where familiar men once sat and joked now remain conspicuously empty. Water jars stand untouched by hands that will never reach for them again. Spare shields lean uselessly against the rail, waiting for owners who will never return to claim them. Even the ordinary creaking of the ship's timbers sounds distinctly lonelier now than it did before. Ancient Greek audiences understood this particular kind of sorrow with genuine depth. Within their own epic tradition, survival was never considered clean or simple. To live on when so many others around you have died creates its own distinct, heavy burden to carry. Odysseus now carries a form of memory that feels, to him, almost like armor made of solid stone rather than any lighter material. At dawn on the 7th day of this quiet drifting, land finally appears once more. A low, densely forested island wrapped almost entirely in mist. Pale threads of smoke rise up through the surrounding canopy of trees, a single thin column of it rising so straight and steady that it barely wavers at all in the light wind. Odysseus sees it immediately and understands its meaning at once. Fire. Civilization of some kind. Someone clearly lives on this island. His remaining men stare toward the shore in uneasy silence. Nobody rushes to land immediately this time. Hard experience has finally taught this crew real caution after everything they have already survived together. Odysseus climbs alone up a rocky ridge, overlooking the coastline to scout the area carefully before committing anyone to going ashore. From the summit, the island unfolds beneath him in a kind of quiet, deceptive beauty. Dense woodland stretches outward in every direction, dark green and richly fragrant with pine, cedar, and various wild herbs growing freely. Birds call out from hidden branches somewhere within the trees. Sunlight spills down across small, clear streams cutting through the forest floor, and at the very center of it all, nestled among the trees, stands a house. Not a crude hut of any kind, but a proper hall, built with a stone foundation and heavy timber beams, with smoke rising steadily from a central hearth inside. And surrounding this hall, he notices with a growing sense of unease are wolves, lions too, many of them moving freely around the building. Odysseus stiffens instinctively at the sight, and yet something about the animals themselves seems deeply wrong to him in an unexpected direction. They do not behave at all like the dangerous predators they clearly are. They move with gentle, relaxed body language, tails held low and calm, eyes soft and unthreatening. When strangers approach the hall directly, the animals do not attack them at all. Instead, they greet these strangers almost exactly like tame, friendly dogs might welcome an expected guest. This particular sight unsettles Odysseus far more deeply than any open display of aggression from the animals would have. Back at the ship, he divides his remaining men into two separate scouting groups. He will personally lead one group himself. The other will go under the command of Eurylochus, a cautious, increasingly skeptical lieutenant who has served alongside Odysseus since Troy. Lots are drawn between the two groups to determine who goes ashore first. Fate selects Eurylochus's group. He leads roughly half of the remaining men inland to investigate the strange hall, while Odysseus waits behind near the shore with the rest. Time passes slowly. Then suddenly there are footsteps running fast back toward the ship. One man returns alone. Eurylochus, his face utterly white with visible terror. He struggles badly just to catch his breath. Odysseus grips his shoulders firmly. "What happened out there?" Eurylochus swallows hard before answering. "A woman," he manages to say. He speaks the words almost like a formal warning. "She welcomed us warmly." His voice shakes noticeably as he continues. "She sang to us." Ancient Greek storytelling very often uses song specifically as a kind of threshold magic within these myths. Song could preserve memory across generations, invoke the presence of gods, seduce unsuspecting listeners, heal wounds, express deep mourning, or, in certain darker contexts, actively destroy. Music itself carried a kind of sacred power in the Greek imagination. The muses themselves were believed to embody divine artistic inspiration directly. A song that seemed, on the surface, purely beautiful could nonetheless reshape reality itself in dangerous, unexpected ways. Eurylochus continues his account, still visibly shaken. "She opened her doors to us willingly. Inside the great hall," he explains, "sat a woman of genuinely impossible beauty. Circe, her golden hair catching the firelight beautifully, her pale hands moving gracefully over a large loom, her voice as soft and flowing as moving water. Her song filled the entire hall, weaving seamlessly through drifting smoke and the scent of cedar wood. She smiled warmly at the arriving men, invited them inside without hesitation, and fed them generously with cheese, barley, honey, and good wine, offering real, substantial food after weeks of genuine suffering and deprivation at sea. Hospitality again, exactly as before. Always hospitality, extended according to the same sacred expectations that govern every stranger's welcome throughout this entire story. Then came the trap, hidden carefully beneath all that genuine-seeming warmth. She touched each man in turn. Eurylochus whispers this next part with obvious difficulty. With a wand. His eyes widen with remembered horror. They changed. Odysseus says absolutely nothing in response, waiting for him to continue. Eurylochus forces the remaining words out with visible effort. "Pigs." A heavy silence falls immediately over the men gathered around them both. Not some kind of illusion, Eurylochus insists quickly. Real, their actual bodies changed completely. He trembles visibly as he continues. Human minds, trapped inside pig bodies. This particular image is genuinely grotesque precisely because it deliberately preserves full human consciousness within the transformed bodies. The men affected still know exactly who they are. They still feel real fear. They still fully understand what they have become, trapped helplessly inside an animal's form. This particular myth held real, powerful meaning for its original ancient audience. Circe's transformation of these men was never meant as some kind of random, arbitrary punishment. The specific symbol of the pig mattered a great deal in this context. Greeks very often associated pigs directly with unchecked appetite, indulgence, gluttony, and purely bodily desire, unrestrained by any higher discipline. Circe does not simply transform these men into random animals for no reason. She very deliberately externalizes something that was already hidden inside each of them all along. Some modern interpreters see genuine psychological symbolism embedded in this myth. Civilization, in this reading, restrains basic human instinct through learned discipline. Remove that restraint entirely, even briefly, and raw appetite quickly moves in to rule in its place. Odysseus stands up abruptly, taking hold of his sword. Eurylochus immediately moves to block his path. "No," he says firmly. Odysseus's eyes narrow dangerously. "No, you cannot go there alone." Eurylochus's voice hardens with real conviction. "Everyone who goes to that hall either dies outright or ends up suffering something far worse than death." For the first time in this entire voyage, genuine open tension rises directly between the two men. Eurylochus is not a coward, and that particular distinction matters a great deal to how later readers have understood his character. Scholars often debate his precise role within the larger story. He very frequently voices the practical fears that everyone else around him privately shares but generally suppresses out of loyalty or pride. In a different kind of story entirely, this kind of caution might be celebrated outright as genuine wisdom. But Odysseus, in this moment, cannot simply abandon the men still trapped inside that hall, whatever the personal risk to himself might be. "I am going," he says simply. Eurylochus's voice drops to barely a whisper. "Then you will die there too." Odysseus walks inland alone despite this warning. The surrounding forest closes in around him as he goes. Soft pine needles cushion each of his steps along the path. Sunlight breaks apart into shifting patterns of gold through the overhead branches. Wild herbs release a sharp, distinct fragrance beneath his sandals as he walks. Birdsong continues all around him, almost offensively peaceful given the circumstances. Then a figure suddenly appears directly in his path, young, radiant, clearly not human in any ordinary sense of the word. Hermes, messenger of the gods, guide of travelers everywhere, and a god uniquely aligned in temperament with Odysseus himself, patron of cunning and clever deception in equal measure. Hermes smiles slightly at the sight of him. "You need help," he says simply, after a brief pause. Odysseus lowers his blade slightly, though he remains visibly tense in the god's unexpected presence. Ancient Greeks genuinely believed that the gods could appear directly in human form without any advance warning at all. Recognition, in such encounters, often came through subtle signs alone: unnatural beauty, impossible physical grace, a sudden, inexplicable sense of already knowing who stood before you. Hermes kneels down and pulls a small plant directly from the surrounding earth, a white flower with a black root, genuinely beautiful and strange in appearance all at once. "Moly," he says simply, offering it directly to Odysseus. "A divine herb, genuinely rare, sacred." Some modern researchers suggest that this plant called moly may preserve a distant, half-remembered knowledge of real medicinal plants possessing psychoactive or antidotal properties from the ancient world. Others view the plant as purely symbolic instead, representing divine wisdom actively protecting human reason against magical enchantment of any kind. Hermes places the small plant directly into Odysseus's open hand. "She offers you the potion. This will shield you completely," he explains. His expression sharpens with real seriousness. "When she strikes you afterward with her wand," he continues, "draw your sword immediately." Odysseus listens carefully to every word. "She will fear you at that point," Hermes continues. "Make her swear a formal oath that she will do you no further harm." Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the god is simply gone. The surrounding forest feels perfectly ordinary again in his absence. Odysseus continues on alone until he finally reaches Circe's hall. The wolves surrounding the building approach him gently, moving with the same calm, tame silence Eurylochus had described earlier. They brush affectionately against his legs, much like ordinary house dogs might. The heavy door opens before him. Circe smiles warmly at the sight of him. She already somehow knows that he has finally come to find her. Inside, a fire crackles steadily in the central hearth. Bronze cups gleam softly in the firelight. Cedar-scented smoke curls slowly upward toward the wooden rafters overhead. Her beauty feels almost genuinely unreal to look at directly, and yet her eyes, he notices immediately, look far older than any kingdom he has ever visited. "Welcome," she says, her voice flowing smoothly like music. She prepares a drink for him personally. Honey, wine, and barley, mixed together with a carefully hidden poison meant to work its transformation. Odysseus drinks it without hesitation. Nothing happens to him at all. Circe's expression shifts very slightly, betraying genuine surprise for the first time. She raises her wand and touches him directly with it. "Become a pig," she commands. Nothing happens. Complete silence follows. Odysseus moves immediately. His sword is already drawn. Bronze flashes brightly in the firelight as he lunges forward. Circe gasps audibly, genuinely afraid for what appears to be the very first time in a very long while. She drops backward instinctively, both hands raised in a gesture of surrender. The powerful enchantress who has transformed countless warriors into helpless beasts now stares directly at a single man whose mind her magic simply cannot touch at all. Her eyes narrow with dawning recognition. "You," she says slowly. A pause follows. "Hermes helped you." Odysseus says nothing in response, his sword still held perfectly steady. Circe studies him carefully for a long moment. Then slowly she begins to smile again, though differently this time, not predatory as before, genuinely respectful now, perhaps even quietly intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. "Who exactly are you?" she asks directly. The question hangs suspended in the warm firelight between them. Odysseus answers simply, "Odysseus." His own name lands very differently in this particular moment. Not pride this time, simple identity, plain truth spoken without any hidden agenda. Circe exhales slowly at hearing it. "As foretold," she says quietly. The words send a genuine chill through the room around them. "As foretold," she repeats, nodding slowly to herself. "Yes." Her gaze deepens noticeably. "A man of real cunning would eventually come here." A pause follows. "A man hated deeply by the sea itself." Odysseus feels a sudden coldness settle over him. "How do you know that?" he asks. Circe looks away into the dancing flames of the hearth fire. The light reflects strangely in her ancient eyes. "Because," she says softly, "your road ahead grows darker still." The prophecy, it seems, has only just begun, and Circe has not yet even spoken of the dead who still await him further along this journey. Firelight flickers steadily across the walls of Circe's hall as a heavy silence settles between Odysseus and the enchantress. Outside, the wolves and lions that guard her home lie quietly near the doorway, their golden eyes half closed in the gathering evening. The air inside carries the mingled scent of cedar smoke, honey, warm bread, and crushed herbs. Yet beneath these comforting, homely scents lingers something considerably older. Mystery, divination. A sacred kind of danger that has not fully departed the room. Circe no longer looks at Odysseus like a hunter studying easy prey. She studies him now the way one powerful being recognizes another kind of power entirely. Not physical strength, not divine force in the usual sense. Will, intelligence, sheer endurance. Ancient Greek audiences deeply admired scenes exactly like this one. They signaled a genuine transformation taking place. A hero had crossed yet another important threshold in his long journey. Circe lowers her wand slowly. Odysseus, in turn, lowers his sword, though slowly and carefully, not because any real trust has been established between them yet, but simply because necessity now requires it. "Return my men to me," he says simply. Circe smiles faintly at this, direct and entirely unyielding in her own way. She respects the demand nonetheless. With calm, practiced gestures, she leads him toward the enclosure where the transformed pigs crowd together nervously, snorting in obvious distress. When she touches them carefully with a different mixture of herbs, speaking words far older than any mortal memory could preserve, their bodies slowly begin to change back. Limbs lengthen visibly. Snouts gradually withdraw. Coarse bristles soften back into ordinary human skin. Human forms return, one after another. The transformation is genuinely disturbing to witness in reverse. Flesh reshapes itself before his eyes. Bone visibly twists back into its proper form. Labored breath slowly becomes coherent speech again. One by one, Odysseus's men collapse onto the floor as fully restored men once more, trembling, naked, weeping openly with a mixture of overwhelming relief and deep humiliation. Some of them embrace Odysseus immediately. Others simply cannot speak at all for several long minutes. Their earlier terror has, in effect, burned away every trace of pride they once carried. Circe provides them all with fresh clothing, then arranges for proper baths, and gradually their raw fear yields to simple, complete exhaustion. Days slowly become weeks. Weeks slowly become months. The hall itself grows steadily more comfortable around them, and that comfort, this story suggests again and again, is its own particular kind of danger. Not every threat in this world arrives wrapped in open violence. Sometimes ruin arrives disguised instead as simple, welcome rest. The seasons quietly begin to turn around them. The men slowly heal, their wounds close over completely. Their bodies recover their former strength. Food remains plentiful throughout. Wine flows freely each evening. Warm beds await them every night. Fire burns steadily in the hearth without fail. Soft music returns gradually to fill the hall each evening. Even genuine laughter slowly begins to return among the surviving crew. After everything they have already suffered together, this simple, sustained rest feels almost sacred to them. But rest of this kind has a way of stretching on longer than intended. 1 month quietly becomes 2 months, then considerably more than that. Nearly a full year eventually passes in this manner. This particular detail often genuinely surprises listeners hearing the story for the first time. After all the frantic, desperate suffering that came before it, why would Odysseus willingly remain in one place so long? Scholars continue to debate this question at length. Some argue that some form of lingering enchantment remained active beyond any visible magic. Others believe simple accumulated exhaustion alone fully explains the delay. Another interpretation feels especially true to ordinary human experience. After prolonged trauma of any kind, genuine safety can become almost intoxicating in its own right. You simply stop moving forward, because any further movement threatens to reopen old, still healing wounds. Eventually, his own men confront him directly about the delay. It is Eurylochus once again, predictably blunt and honest as always. He approaches Odysseus one quiet evening while pale smoke curls gently from the hearth fire. "Are we staying here forever?" he asks directly. The simple question strikes far harder than any open accusation could have. Odysseus stares into the fire for a long moment. Forever. The single word carries enormous unspoken weight. He remembers suddenly and vividly the lotus eaters and their gentle, terrible forgetting. Has this beautiful island somehow become another version of that same trap, dressed up in more sophisticated clothing? He sees the parallel clearly now for the first time. Warmth, good food, genuine comfort, continual. Comfortable delay. Not a prison enforced through force this time. A prison built instead entirely through quiet, willing surrender. That same night he finally goes to speak with Circe directly about leaving. Moonlight spills in silver streams across the polished stone floor of her hall. Outside, pine branches whisper softly in the sea wind. Circe sits quietly at her loom, weaving as always. "I must leave," Odysseus tells her simply. Her hands stop moving on the loom immediately. She does not appear genuinely surprised by this announcement, only sad. "Yes," she says after a long pause. "I knew this particular moment would eventually come." Odysseus steps closer to her. "How do I find my way home from here?" he asks. The question finally arrives completely stripped of any pretense. No pride left in his voice at all. No careful strategy. Only genuine, naked longing. Circe's expression shifts noticeably at hearing it. Her considerable beauty remains entirely unchanged, but something far more solemn enters her gaze now. "To reach your home," she says carefully, "you must first travel to a place where no living man willingly goes." A heavy silence deepens between them. "Where exactly?" Odysseus asks. Circe looks toward the darkness gathered just beyond her open doorway. To the land of the dead, she says. The words chill the surrounding air noticeably. Ancient Greeks feared death deeply, though not primarily because they imagined eternal flames or punishment awaiting every soul after passing. Most souls, in their belief, simply entered a shadowy, diminished existence within the broader realm of Hades. The dead retained their memories, their sense of identity, their capacity for sorrow, but not their vitality, their warmth, or their full consciousness. They existed in this understanding like dim, fading echoes of the people they once were in life. To visit that particular realm while still fully alive was considered nearly unthinkable by ordinary standards. Odysseus feels a genuine, deep dread at hearing this. "Why must I go there at all?" he asks. "To seek a prophecy," Circe answers, rising from her loom. "Only the blind prophet Tiresias can properly tell you how to survive Poseidon's continuing wrath." Poseidon. Even here, deep inside this enchanted island, the god's name remains inescapably central to everything. Circe steps closer to him, and the firelight softens her sharp features noticeably as she does. Her voice lowers to something more careful and deliberate. "Listen carefully now," she says. "What follows becomes one of the most sacred and carefully preserved instructions in the entire Greek mythological tradition. Sail beyond the river Oceanus," she tells him, "beyond every familiar sea route you have ever known, beyond any map that currently exists, to the very edge of the known world. There you must dig a trench in the earth, pour libations into it, milk, honey, wine, and water in that specific order, scatter barley across the ground, sacrifice a black sheep there and let its blood fill the trench completely." She pauses meaningfully. "Then wait. The dead will come to you, not just one. Many of them, hungry for blood, desperate finally to speak again after so long spent as silent shadows." This particular ritual reflects genuine, authentic Greek funerary symbolism preserved carefully across many centuries. Blood, in this understanding, represented pure life force itself. Within the myth, the shades of the dead regained a temporary flicker of true awareness only through direct contact with this living vitality. Ritual boundaries in this context mattered enormously. Without the proper ritual observed correctly, the dead remained entirely inaccessible to any living visitor, however sincere their intentions. Circe continues her careful instructions, but Odysseus must allow none of the shades to drink from that blood until Tiresias himself arrives to claim his portion first. She pauses again and then delivers her final, most serious warning. "When Tiresias finally comes to you, he will tell you the path you must take from there." A brief pause follows. Then the warning itself. "Do not underestimate what you are about to hear there," she says. Odysseus narrows his eyes at this. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Circe looks almost genuinely reluctant to answer him directly. "The dead do not offer comfort," she says finally. A pause follows. "They offer revelation instead." This particular distinction strikes deeply. Revelation, this story suggests, is very often considerably harder to bear than ordinary suffering ever is. Odysseus sleeps very little that final night on the island. Before dawn breaks, preparations for departure begin in earnest. Supplies are carefully loaded aboard the ship. Sacrificial animals are secured properly for the journey ahead. Water jars are filled to capacity. His men move about their tasks with obvious unease. None of them particularly want to discuss their true destination aloud. Sailors throughout the ancient world genuinely feared the very edges of the known world. Greek maps of the era simply faded gradually into pure myth beyond certain known waters. Monsters, darkness, divine boundaries that no mortal should cross. These filled the human imagination wherever ordinary geography officially came to an end. The ship finally departs the island at first light. Circe stands alone on the shore, watching them go, the wind moving gently through her long hair. She speaks one final thing to him as they pull away, not loudly at all, and yet Odysseus somehow hears every single word clearly across the widening distance. "When you meet the dead," she calls out, "prepare yourself to meet your own true self as well." The sea itself changes noticeably as the ship sails steadily northward, away from Circe's island and everything familiar. Colors slowly fade from the water. Blue gradually becomes gray. Gray, in turn, deepens further into a heavy, dull iron color. The birds vanish once again, exactly as they did before reaching the Laestrygonians. Wind cools sharply within a matter of hours. Mist thickens steadily around the ship. Even ordinary sound itself begins to feel strangely dampened and distant. No gulls anywhere. No fish visible beneath the surface. No sunlight strong enough anymore to properly warm exposed skin. Day itself gradually loses its usual brightness. Night, in turn, loses its familiar stars. The boundary of the known world approaches steadily. Some researchers suggest that Homer may have drawn here on distant, half-remembered accounts of the far northern sea's genuine fog banks or unusual atmospheric conditions known to ancient Mediterranean sailors through second-hand rumor. Others argue instead that this particular geography was always intended to be understood as spiritual rather than strictly physical in nature. Either way, the voyage from this point forward becomes as much a psychological journey as it is any kind of literal, physical one. Hours become genuinely impossible to measure with any accuracy. Then, finally, land emerges ahead of them. Bleak, silent, bare earth stretching out beneath a kind of perpetual, unchanging twilight. No birds sing anywhere. No trees sway in any wind. No animal calls break the heavy stillness anywhere around them. Only silence. A silence so genuinely complete that you can hear your own quiet breathing with an almost painful clarity. The men land the ship carefully on this strange, silent shore. Nobody speaks. Odysseus takes up a bronze blade and begins digging into the cold, resistant earth himself. The trench slowly deepens beneath his steady effort. Libations are poured carefully into it, exactly as instructed. Milk, honey, wine, water, then the sacrificial sheep. Its black wool glistens faintly in the dim half-light. The blade falls. Warm blood spills freely into the waiting trench. And then the earth itself responds. Mist thickens rapidly around them. The air turns bitterly, suddenly cold. The trench itself seems to darken visibly. Shapes slowly begin to gather around its edges. At first, only vague movement, barely perceptible. Then outlines begin to sharpen into recognizable human forms. Dozens of them. Then hundreds. Shadows waiting patiently and clearly, desperately hungry. The dead have finally come to meet him. And somewhere among this vast, silent crowd, one particular voice already moves closer than all the rest combined. A voice Odysseus never in his life expected to hear again. His own mother. The air directly above the trench turns bitterly, unnaturally cold. So cold, in fact, that Odysseus's breath leaves his lips in pale, visible mist with every exhale. The freshly spilled blood darkens the surrounding earth, thick and glistening faintly in the strange half-light, and the sharp smell of iron spreads steadily through the surrounding stillness. Around him, countless shadows gather in genuinely impossible numbers. At first they resemble nothing more than smoke shaped loosely by some passing wind, but there is no wind at all in this place. Then the vague forms sharpen considerably. Faces slowly emerge from the general blur. Hollow, empty eyes, mouths opening in a kind of silent, desperate hunger. Countless hands reaching toward him, not with violence but with obvious desperation. Every single shade appears to want exactly the same thing from him. Blood, memory, a voice restored, however briefly. The shades press steadily closer around the trench. Odysseus draws his sword defensively. Bronze catches the dim light faintly. His arms tremble slightly with the effort of holding his position, but he manages to hold the line regardless. Circe's careful warning echoes steadily in his mind throughout. Let none of them drink before Tiresias arrives first. The gathered shades crowd the trench from every side. Old men, young warriors barely out of boyhood, women, children. Kings and beggars alike, indistinguishable from one another now. Death, it becomes immediately clear, has flattened every earthly distinction of rank into one shared, universal longing. Ancient Greek listeners felt genuine, deep unease at scenes exactly like this one, because the underworld as they understood it was never a place of clean, satisfying moral sorting for the vast majority of ordinary souls. It was instead simple continuity stripped entirely of vitality, consciousness stripped of any real warmth, memory stripped completely of the ability to touch or be touched. The true tragedy embedded in this vision was never torment through flame or punishment. It was existence itself, reduced permanently down to mere shadow. Then one particular shade steps forward from the crowd. Odysseus freezes completely at the sight of her. He recognizes her face immediately, older now than he remembers her, softer somehow and yet entirely unmistakable all the same. Anticlea, his own mother. For one long, disorienting moment, his mind simply refuses to accept this reality in front of him. No, he thinks desperately, this is impossible. When he left originally for Troy, she had still been alive, waiting for him, praying faithfully for his safe return. He grips his sword tighter, forcing himself to hold steady. His voice breaks slightly as he speaks. "Mother." The shade reaches instinctively toward the pooled blood in front of her. Every instinct in him screams to simply let her drink immediately, to embrace her, to speak with her freely. But hard-won discipline holds him firmly in place instead. Not yet. Not until Tiresias has taken his own portion first. This particular act of restraint costs him genuine, visible agony. Anticlea stares directly at him, her eyes full of clear recognition and deep sorrow in equal measure. She knows him instantly. She clearly sees that he recognizes her as well. And yet no words pass directly between mother and son in this moment. Odysseus feels something inside himself fracture slightly at the sight of her silent suffering. This is grief that has been delayed for years by the demands of war, now arriving all at once, in a single overwhelming wave. Then another presence approaches through the gathered crowd of shades, different from the rest, considerably stronger in its bearing. The other shades instinctively part to let this new figure through. A man moves forward, carrying real authority even here, even in death itself. Blind eyes, a wooden staff for guidance, a stillness about him unlike any of the other restless shades surrounding him. Tiresias. He kneels at the trench and drinks his portion of the blood. The transformation in him is immediate and striking. Full awareness floods visibly back into him. His posture straightens noticeably. His voice returns to him, not loud, but genuinely, terrifyingly clear. "Odysseus," he says. The prophet, it seems, already knows exactly who stands before him. Ancient Greek prophecy rarely functioned as simple, straightforward prediction of fixed future events. It far more often revealed instead a range of genuine possibilities, likely consequences, and complex patterns woven together between divine will and ordinary human choice. Fate, in this understanding, genuinely existed as a real force, but human choices still meaningfully shaped its ultimate path. Tiresias speaks directly. "You seek your home," Odysseus nods. "Yes." The prophet's expression darkens visibly. "Poseidon hunts you because you blinded his son Polyphemus." A pause follows. "But the greater danger you face is not Poseidon himself." Odysseus frowns at this. "Then what is it?" Tiresias lifts his blind face toward him. "You," he says simply. Silence follows this single word. The answer lands with genuinely brutal precision. Not storm, not monster, self, pride, uncontrolled impulse, weak discipline among the men who follow him. The full pattern of Odysseus's entire journey suddenly becomes visible in a single moment of clarity. Tiresias continues without pause. "You may yet reach Ithaca eventually." The word "may" carries enormous weight here, not will. That single distinction matters enormously. "But hear me very carefully now," the prophet continues, raising one hand for emphasis. "When you eventually reach the island of Helios, the sun god, you will find sacred cattle grazing there." His voice sharpens noticeably. "Do not touch them under any circumstances." The gathered shades around them seem to lean in closer at this warning. "Leave them completely untouched, and your suffering may finally end." A pause follows. "Harm them in any way," he continues, "and the air itself grows colder around them, and total destruction will follow without exception." Odysseus listens without blinking, absorbing every word. Tiresias is not yet finished with his prophecy. "You may well return home very late," he says. The word late echoes ominously, calling back directly to Polyphemus's original curse, spoken in fury on that distant shore. Broken, delayed, utterly alone, the prophecy continues in this vein. "You may return home entirely alone," Tiresias says. The phrase strikes Odysseus like a physical blow. Alone. He feels suddenly, acutely, the full weight of every surviving companion currently standing nearby on the ship. Surely not all of them, he thinks desperately. Surely not that. Tiresias delivers one final prophecy, stranger by far than anything that has come before it. "When you finally reach home," he says, "you must carry an ordinary or far inland with you." Odysseus stares at him in genuine confusion. "An oar? But why?" "Walk inland," the prophet explains, "until you meet someone who mistakes your oar for a simple winnowing fan used to separate grain from chaff." This particular piece of agricultural imagery deliberately replaces Odysseus's entire maritime identity with something rooted firmly in solid land instead. To the Greek mind, a winnowing fan represented genuine, complete distance from the sea and everything it represents. Tiresias continues, "There, you must offer a proper sacrifice to Poseidon himself. Only then will you finally find lasting peace." The prophet begins to step back from the trench, his awareness visibly starting to fade once more into shadow. But before the darkness fully reclaims him, he offers one final warning. "Remember," he says. A brief pause follows. "The sea punishes forgetfulness above all else." Then he is entirely gone, swallowed back into the surrounding shadow completely. Odysseus slowly lowers his sword. Now at last his own mother Anticles steps forward once more. He allows her to drink from the blood this time. Contact with the living vitality restores her voice to her immediately. "Odysseus," she says. Her voice alone very nearly breaks him completely. He falls to his knees in front of her. "Mother," he says. The single word leaves him almost like a desperate prayer. "When did," he begins, but cannot finish the question. She understands what he means to ask regardless. "You were gone too long," she says simply. Simple words, and yet an undeniably cruel truth embedded within them. Ancient warfare very often separated families for years at a time without any real communication possible between them. Epic poetry of this era rarely lingered long on the quiet, ordinary suffering endured by those left waiting behind at home. Here, in this particular episode, Homer chooses deliberately to do exactly that. Odysseus asks the single question he fears most of all. "My father, is he still alive?" And Penelope, Anticles smiles sadly at him. "She waits for you still," she says. His breathing quickens noticeably at this news. "Telemachus, he has grown into a man in your long absence," she tells him. Relief floods through him at hearing this. Then he asks the question that has clearly been building beneath the surface of everything else. "How did you die, mother?" Silence follows this question. Anticles' eyes soften considerably. "Not illness," she says gently. "Not violence, not plague." Her eventual answer devastates him completely. "I died longing for you." No spear thrust could possibly wound him more deeply than these simple words do. She died quite simply from grief, from the endless waiting, from sheer, prolonged absence. Odysseus trembles visibly at hearing this. All the considerable cleverness in the entire world, he realizes now, cannot possibly defend against a truth like this one. Ancient audiences understood filial duty and family obligation with real intensity. The glory a man won abroad, however genuine, carried a real and lasting cost back home among those who loved him. Odysseus reaches out desperately to embrace her. He tries to wrap his arms around her shade. His arms pass directly through empty air instead. Nothing. No warmth. No solid body to hold. No real touch of any kind. He gasps audibly and tries again immediately. Still nothing. A third time, still nothing at all. This particular detail carried enormous emotional power within the original oral tradition of this story. Love, it suggests, genuinely survives even death itself, but physical touch simply does not. Anticles speaks to him gently. "This is simply the fate of all the dead," she says. A faint, sad smile crosses her face. We are memory now, nothing more and nothing less. Memory. The single word settles deeply into him. Before finally fading away completely, she leaves him with one final truth to carry forward. Your true strength was never only your cunning, she says. A pause follows. It was always your love. Then she slowly dissolves back into shadow, gone completely. Odysseus cannot move for a long moment afterward, but the underworld still has considerably more to show him before he leaves this place. Other shades approach now in turn. Warriors from Troy. Ghosts of former glory. First among them comes Agamemnon, murdered shortly after his own return home from the war. He drinks his portion of blood and speaks bitterly, warning Odysseus carefully to trust no one completely, not even those closest to him. His own warning concerns betrayal by a wife, and the deep danger that can wait quietly within one's own household. Then another figure approaches, radiant even here in death. Achilles. Odysseus feels genuine awe at the sight of him and offers praise, suggesting that surely no man could possibly be more blessed in death than the greatest warrior of the entire Trojan War. Achilles' reply becomes one of the single most haunting truths in the whole of Greek mythology. Do not praise death, he says. A pause follows. I would rather live as the lowest servant on earth than rule over all of these dead souls combined. Silence follows this statement. Whatever glory Odysseus imagined for his former companion shatters instantly. This particular line genuinely shocked its original ancient audience, because Achilles had always embodied heroic immortality achieved specifically through lasting fame and song. Yet here, he rejects that entire framework completely. Life itself, he suggests, even a humble, unglamorous life, outweighs any amount of dead glory. Some historians believe this single line reflects a genuinely significant evolution within Greek philosophical thought more broadly. Heroic honor, in this moment, directly confronts a deeper existential truth, and honor visibly loses the argument. The gathered shades continue crowding closer around the trench, too many of them now, too many memories pressing in at once, too much accumulated grief for any single man to properly absorb. Odysseus feels the protective boundary around him beginning to weaken under the strain. The dead press ever closer, hungry once again for contact with the living. Voices multiply all around him. Hands reach toward him from every direction. Fear returns in full force. He finally rises and retreats steadily back toward his waiting ship. The ritual, he understands, must end now before it overwhelms him completely. Behind him, the entire underworld seems to swell with whispering names, layered one over another. And among all those countless whispers, one single truth rings out louder than all the rest combined. Home is no longer simply a place on a map. It has become, in this moment, everything that death itself cannot ever reclaim from him. The ship leaves the land of the dead beneath a sky that seems genuinely reluctant to brighten again, even hours after their departure. Even once ordinary daylight fully returns, something of the underworld still lingers, clinging faintly to the men like a cold mist trapped stubbornly inside damp cloth. Nobody speaks very much. Oars dip steadily into steel-gray water in a quiet, unbroken rhythm. Salt dries slowly across sun-darkened skin. Rope fibers burn calloused, familiar hands. Yet the deeper burden weighing on everyone remains almost entirely invisible to the eye. Every man aboard senses, without quite saying so aloud, that something inside Odysseus has changed permanently. He has returned from the realm of shadows carrying considerably more than a simple prophecy. He carries grief now, sharpened suddenly into real clarity. His mother's final words remain with him constantly. Your strength was never only cunning, it was love. For years, Odysseus has relied almost entirely on his own intelligence as shield, weapon, and core identity all at once. Now a different truth presses steadily inward alongside it. Love, longing, loyalty, memory. These are not simple weaknesses slowing him down on his journey. He now understands. They are, in fact, the very forces that have been pulling him home this entire time. Ancient Greek audiences would have recognized this particular emotional shift clearly. Heroism itself, in this story, is beginning to genuinely transform. Mere survival, it seems, is no longer quite enough on its own. Meaning itself has begun to matter just as much. After several more days of steady sailing, the familiar shores of Circe's island slowly come back into view through a soft morning haze. She waits patiently on the shore, as though she has always known exactly when they would return to her. Fire burns steadily behind her, visible through the open doorway of her hall. The wolves rest calmly nearby, exactly as before. The surviving men disembark with a kind of solemn, quiet exhaustion. Circe listens carefully as Odysseus recounts everything he witnessed in the underworld. She closes her eyes when he speaks of his mother, Anticle. She nods grimly at Tiresias's careful warnings. Then, without much further delay, she begins preparing the crew for the trials still waiting ahead of them. Her tone shifts noticeably as she does. No more softness now, only careful, precise instruction. Her first warning concerns voices they will soon encounter. There is an island you must pass, she tells them, where the Sirens sing. At the mere mention of the word, even the wind outside seems to grow noticeably quieter. Ancient Greek listeners knew the Sirens quite well, though the details of their exact description evolved considerably over the centuries. Early Greek art often depicted them as part bird and part woman, strange creatures of song and death perched among scattered bones and old shipwrecks. Their true danger was never physical force of any kind. It was knowledge itself. Circe continues her explanation. They sing to every single sailor who passes near them. What exactly happens if a man hears them? Eurylochus asks nervously. Circe's gaze hardens noticeably at the question. You simply stop wanting anything else in the entire world, she answers. The clear echo of the Lotus Eaters is genuinely unmistakable here, though this particular danger runs considerably deeper still. Their song, she explains, promises absolute truth to whoever hears it. They will tell each man exactly what he most desires to know, she says. This proves, in its own way, considerably more dangerous than any simple temptation of physical pleasure. Pleasure, after all, seduces only the body. Knowledge seduces the mind itself, far more thoroughly. Circe explains her proposed solution carefully. Melt beeswax completely, she instructs. Seal every single sailor's ears with it. No one at all should be able to hear anything as you pass. Then she pauses meaningfully, turning directly toward Odysseus himself. But you, she says, her eyes settling firmly on him, you will want to listen regardless. A faint, knowing half-smile crosses her face. You always do. She has clearly come to understand him quite well during their time together. Odysseus does not bother denying this observation. What if I genuinely want to hear their song? He asks. Circe considers this for a moment. Then you must be bound, she says, tied firmly to the mast itself. A pause follows. No matter what you say to them once bound, she warns, your men must not release you under any circumstances. The gathered men exchange uneasy glances at hearing this plan. Circe continues with several further warnings after this. Scylla, Charybdis, and beyond both of them the sacred cattle of Helios. But it is the Sirens, specifically, that linger most persistently in Odysseus's own thoughts as they finally depart the island at dawn. Truth. What kind of truth, he wonders privately, could possibly justify the kind of madness Circe has just described to him? Days later, the warning signs begin appearing right on schedule, exactly as before. The sea grows unnaturally smooth. The wind dies away completely. The sails droop uselessly against the mast. No birds anywhere. No fish visible beneath the surface. Even the ordinary waves themselves seem to grow strangely, deliberately quiet. Silence spreads so thoroughly across the water that even the smallest sounds suddenly seem enormous by comparison. The creak of the mast's wood. The soft drip of water from a raised oar. The quiet rasp of a man's careful breathing. Odysseus recognizes the omen immediately for what it is. He gives his orders without delay. Beeswax is melted carefully over the ship's fire. Warm, golden wax fills the surrounding air with a surprisingly sweet scent. The men press the softened wax firmly into each other's ears. One by one, until ordinary sound dulls completely, then vanishes entirely for each of them in turn. Their faces take on a strangely distant look in the resulting silence. Then Odysseus himself steps deliberately toward the ship's mast. "Bind me," he orders. His men hesitate visibly at this instruction. He repeats the order more firmly this time. "Bind me now." Ropes are wrapped tightly around his wrists, his chest, and his waist, and finally his ankles. Tight, completely immovable. He tests the rope's strength himself, straining briefly against them. No possible escape. The ship advances steadily forward. Ahead, an island slowly comes into view. At first glance, it appears genuinely beautiful. Low green shoreline, bright wildflowers scattered across the grass, warm sunlight everywhere. Then troubling details begin to emerge more clearly as they draw closer. Bones. Countless white bones scattered carelessly among the grass. The wrecked remains of long-abandoned ships slowly rotting near the shoreline. Ancient death. Carefully hidden beneath a deceptively beautiful surface. And then the song begins. At first, almost nothing at all, barely perceptible. A single pure tone, so beautiful that it feels genuinely impossible. Then actual words begin to form within it. Only Odysseus can hear them clearly, since he alone remains unsealed by the protective wax. His entire body goes suddenly still at the sound. The voices are unmistakably female, layered together in impossibly perfect harmony, not loud at all, but deeply, unsettlingly intimate. "Odysseus," they call out. They already know his name. The sound seems to enter him far more deeply than ordinary hearing ever could. It feels somehow exactly like memory itself, given voice and set to song. "Come closer," the sirens sing. His breathing quickens involuntarily. They continue. "We know all about Troy," they sing. "We know every single cry that rose up beneath its burning walls." His eyes widen slightly at this. The song shifts again, growing noticeably softer now. "We know everything that happened afterward, too," they sing. The ropes strain visibly against his straining muscles. His mind races desperately. They know, he realizes with mounting horror. They genuinely seem to know everything. Ancient tradition consistently emphasizes this particular power of theirs. The sirens promise total, complete knowledge to anyone who listens closely enough. For a man defined so thoroughly by his own intelligence, nothing in the entire world could possibly tempt him more completely than this offer. The voices continue their relentless song. "We know exactly why the gods favor certain mortals and utterly destroy others," they sing. Odysseus pulls hard against his restraining ropes. The mast groans audibly under the strain. His pulse hammers wildly in his throat. Then the song shifts once more, no longer focused on the distant war at Troy, but now turning specifically toward home, toward the things that genuinely hurt him most of all. "We know Penelope," they sing. He gasps audibly at hearing her name. "We know Telemachus as well." Sweat runs freely down his straining skin now. "We know precisely what troubles wait for you in Ithaca," they sing. These particular words strike him like an actual bolt of lightning. What troubles exactly? Suitors, death, betrayal, perhaps. The unanswered question becomes genuinely unbearable to him in that moment. His rational mind visibly begins to collapse under the strain. He absolutely must know the answer. He must. The sirens sing one final, devastating temptation directly to him. "We know whether your own mother ever truly forgave you," they sing. Everything inside him shatters completely at hearing this. His mother, Anticlea. The old wound reopens instantly and completely. He screams aloud, though not from simple fear this time, from overwhelming, desperate need. "Release me," he shouts. He thrashes violently against his bonds. The ropes bite deep into his straining wrists, drawing blood. He shouts commands that his own men, ears safely sealed with wax, simply cannot hear at all. He begs. He threatens. He orders them directly, his face contorted with desperate, uncontrollable hunger. Release me now, I command you." His men simply row on, harder than before if anything. They do not look back at him even once. Circe warned them clearly in advance about exactly this moment. They obey her instructions faithfully despite his obvious suffering. Ancient Greek audiences found real, profound meaning in this particular scene. Wisdom, it suggests, sometimes genuinely requires the surrender of one's own autonomy to others one trusts. Odysseus survives this particular trial not through his own personal control, but instead through trusted restraint imposed on him by others. His considerable intelligence alone, it turns out, cannot possibly resist every single temptation placed in his path. Song reaches its terrible peak. Then something genuinely unsettling happens. Some scholars remain divided even now on this particular detail, because Homer's original telling never explicitly confirms the Sirens' final words with total certainty. Did the Sirens actually possess hidden truths, or did they simply weaponize pure desire itself, promising knowledge they never actually possessed? No one can say for certain. That lingering uncertainty only deepens the horror of the entire episode. At last, real distance finally begins to grow between the ship and the island. The Sirens' voices gradually weaken. Their strange beauty begins to fade. The sound itself grows steadily thinner. Then, finally, silence returns completely. Only the ordinary sea remains around them once more. Normal sound slowly returns to the ship, water lapping steadily against the hull, wind moving through the sail, ordinary human breathing all around him. Odysseus collapses against his restraining ropes, trembling visibly, his eyes wet with unshed tears. His men finally remove the bindings from him carefully. Nobody speaks for a long while afterward. Finally, Eurylochus asks quietly, "What did they say to you?" Odysseus stares silently out at the empty horizon. His voice, when it finally comes, sounds genuinely rough. "They offered answers," he says. A pause follows. To questions no living human being should ever chase after. He says nothing further on the matter. One mystery from this episode remains genuinely unresolved even now. Did the Sirens truly know the secrets they claim to know, or did they simply understand, with terrible precision, exactly what awaited Odysseus back in Ithaca? Even today, historians and literary scholars continue debating the deeper symbolic function of the Sirens within this story. Some interpret them as representing seductive knowledge entirely stripped of any accompanying wisdom. Others see them instead as dangerous truth, offered to a man not yet properly ready to receive it. Perhaps, in the end, both interpretations hold real merit. Ahead of the ship now, the sea itself begins to darken noticeably. The wind shifts direction unpredictably. Far off in the distance, mist coils slowly between jagged black rocks. Circe's next carefully delivered warning now approaches in reality. No song awaits them there this time. No deceptive beauty of any kind. Only impossible choice and the terrible, unavoidable mathematics of sacrifice. Because very soon now, Odysseus will be forced to decide exactly how many of his remaining men must die so that the rest of them might possibly survive. The sea ahead darkens considerably well before the ship actually reaches the narrow strait Circe warned them about. At first, the change is genuinely subtle, easy enough to dismiss as simple changing weather. Blue water gradually turns gray. Gray, in turn, slowly deepens toward black. The wind, which had been carrying the ship steadily forward, now becomes noticeably erratic, shifting abruptly and unpredictably. Warm one moment, and then suddenly cold the next. The very air begins to taste strange, sharp and metallic against the tongue. Even the gulls have vanished once again. No birds circle anywhere overhead. No fish break the surface below. Nature itself seems genuinely unwilling to remain in this particular stretch of water any longer than absolutely necessary. Odysseus stands at the prow of his ship, staring intently into the gathering mist between the distant cliffs ahead. Circe's careful warning returns to him now with painful, unavoidable clarity. Two separate dangers wait here. Two very different kinds of death. Only one single choice available to him. On one side of the narrow strait waits Charybdis, the devouring maw of the open sea, swallowing and then violently vomiting forth entire walls of ocean water 3 separate times each day without fail. On the other side waits Scylla, the cliff-dwelling horror that snatches unwary sailors directly off the decks of passing ships. Ancient audiences understood immediately that this particular danger, was never merely a simple navigational hazard to be avoided through careful seamanship alone. It functioned instead as a genuine meditation on the true nature of leadership itself. Sometimes, this story suggests, every single available path leads inevitably towards some form of loss. Sometimes real wisdom lies not in discovering some perfect, loss-free solution, but simply in choosing, with clear eyes, the lesser of two unavoidable catastrophes. As the ship advances steadily forward, the ambient sound around it begins to shift noticeably. At first, only the familiar rhythm of oars dipping steadily into the water. Then another sound gradually emerges beneath it. A low, steady roar, deep and rhythmic, like distant thunder trapped somehow beneath solid stone. The surrounding cliffs finally emerge fully through the thinning mist, rising like sheer black walls directly out of the sea, impossibly steep and permanently wet with constant ocean spray. The passage between the two cliffs feels genuinely, uncomfortably tight for any ship to pass through safely. Odysseus grips the ship's railing hard enough that his knuckles turn visibly pale. On the starboard side of the ship, the surrounding water begins rotating slowly at first, then noticeably faster. The surface itself bends steadily inward, forming a vast, spiraling descent directly into total darkness below. Charybdis. Not merely an ordinary whirlpool, but something closer to a genuine abyss opening directly within the sea itself. Foam spins violently around its widening rim, while enormous volumes of water plunge steadily downward with monstrous, unstoppable force. Every few breaths, the vortex visibly deepens further, briefly revealing an impenetrable blackness below where absolutely no light can follow. Some modern researchers suggest that myths exactly like this one may preserve genuine memories of dangerous tidal vortices well known to experienced Mediterranean sailors throughout the ancient world. Yet myth, as always, transforms mere geography into something considerably more spiritual in nature. Charybdis, within this story, represents total annihilation through complete consumption. No remains left behind of any kind. No bodies to properly bury. No graves for grieving families to visit. Only complete, total disappearance. The crew sees the whirlpool clearly now, and panic spreads through them almost instantly. Men shout frantically over one another. Port side, get away from it. Row harder immediately. Their fear in this moment is entirely rational and justified. If the ship drifts even slightly too close to that spinning vortex, every single one of them will be lost without a trace. Odysseus makes his decision in an instant. Port side, directly towards Scylla's side of the strait instead. He says absolutely nothing to his men about the specific monster waiting for them there. Circe had explicitly warned him in advance not to tell his crew, since she understood clearly that if they knew the full truth in advance, sheer terror would completely break their discipline at exactly the wrong moment. This decision becomes, in its own quiet way, one of Odysseus's cruelest personal burdens to carry alone. Leadership, this story suggests, sometimes genuinely means carrying knowledge that others simply cannot bear to know in advance. He chooses silence, and along with it, he silently accepts a considerable measure of guilt. "Row, give me everything you have left," he commands. Oars slam desperately into the churning water. Muscles strain visibly under the effort. Sweat runs freely down exhausted faces. The ship slowly edges away from the pull of Charybdis, but this necessarily brings it correspondingly closer to the opposite cliff face. Mist thickens rapidly around them. The rock wall looms impossibly close now, jagged and slick with constant spray, rising up into the low-hanging clouds above. High above them, near the dark mouth of a cave, something suddenly moves, far too fast for any of them to properly track with their eyes. Odysseus instinctively reaches for his spear and sword, despite Circe's explicit warning that ordinary weapons would prove entirely useless against this particular threat. Instinct, it seems, demands some form of resistance, even when reason itself already knows perfectly well that resistance will accomplish nothing at all. Then it happens without any further warning. No roar beforehand, only pure, sudden speed. A blur descends rapidly from the cliff face above, then screams, 6 of them all at once. You can hear claws scraping violently against wood. You can feel the entire deck shake beneath your feet. Men simply vanish upward into the mist, not thrown by any wave, but actively taken, lifted bodily off the deck. Odysseus looks up in horror and sees them clearly. 6 terrible, impossibly long necks stretching down from the shadowy cave mouth above, each one ending in a snapping head lined with row after row of sharp teeth. Cold eyes, hungry, terrifyingly efficient in their movements. Scylla proves to be less an ordinary beast in the end, and more some kind of living mechanism built purely for predation. No visible rage in her movements, no cruelty as such, only pure mechanical appetite. The captured men scream out their king's own name as they are carried away. Odysseus. That single detail destroys him far more completely than any amount of blood or visible horror ever could, not the gore itself. Their voices, calling out to him, trusting him completely even in their final moments, begging him uselessly for help he simply cannot provide. He lunges desperately upward with his spear, entirely uselessly. Far too slow. Far too small a gesture against something this size. The monster withdraws smoothly back into her dark cave, carrying all 6 writhing bodies with her. Their screams echo briefly against the surrounding stone. Then finally, silence returns completely. The ship bursts free beyond the narrow strait at last. Calm water returns with a shocking, almost insulting suddenness. Charybdis recedes rapidly behind them. Scylla disappears back into the surrounding mist. The immediate danger has genuinely passed, but the cost of passing through it remains starkly, permanently visible. 6 empty places now sit along the deck where living men once rode only minutes earlier. The surviving crew breathe in ragged, disbelieving gasps, staring at one another in shock. One man drops his oar entirely and vomits helplessly over the ship's side. Another simply collapses to his knees on the deck. Eurylochus slowly rises to his feet, his face pale, his eyes burning with a realization considerably more painful than simple fear. "You knew," he says, not shouted in open rage this time, something worse, quiet, absolute certainty. Odysseus says nothing in response. Eurylochus steps closer to him. "You knew something was waiting there the entire time." Silence, once again, confirms everything he needs to know. The crew understands completely now. He made a deliberate choice. He chose to sacrifice 6 men in order to save the rest of them from total destruction. Ancient Greek listeners would have felt the genuinely unbearable weight of this moment quite deeply. True kingship, this story suggests, was never simply glorious command alone. It meant carrying real moral injury as well, choosing deliberately which men must die so that others might live, and then carrying the weight of that memory permanently afterward. Odysseus did the objectively rational thing in this moment. Lose a small number to save the considerably larger remainder. And yet rational truth of this kind offers remarkably little genuine comfort to men who are actively grieving lost friends and brothers. This particular tension lies at the very heart of the entire episode. Wisdom, it turns out, can genuinely wound just as deeply as any blade. Night falls slowly over the water. Nobody eats that evening. The ship drifts beneath a sky absolutely crowded with stars, so bright overhead that they seem almost deliberately cruel in their beauty. Such beauty feels genuinely offensive somehow, coming so soon after this fresh violence. Odysseus sits alone at the stern of the ship. Salt has dried across his skin. Dark bloodstains still mark the deck where Scylla's claws tore violently through both flesh and wood only hours earlier. He hears their voices again in his mind. Odysseus, their final, desperate cry. His own name, transformed permanently now into a quiet accusation inside his memory. Some scholars believe part of Homer's genuine genius lies precisely in moments exactly like this one. The monsters themselves are certainly terrifying, yes, but what actually lingers longest afterward is the emotional aftermath that follows. Trauma, this story suggests, becomes something internal, carried silently within. The sea wounds the soul here just as thoroughly as it wounds the body. Near midnight, Odysseus finally drifts into an uneasy, restless sleep. The familiar dream returns to him once more, though altered again from before. No Cyclops eye this time, no dark cave, no mysterious woman drifting through mist. This time he sees cattle instead, pure white cattle grazing peacefully beneath golden light, perfect, entirely untouched, sacred. Then the sky above them darkens suddenly. Thunder gathers ominously. Blood runs freely across green grass. He wakes instantly, his heart pounding. Helios. Tiresias's careful warning strikes him again with renewed, fresh force. The sacred cattle. Do not touch them under any circumstances. A prophecy repeated grows measurably heavier each time it returns to him. This is precisely the kind of deliberate callback that ancient oral tradition used with genuine skill throughout its long history. Warnings are rarely given only once in these stories. They echo instead, gradually gaining an unmistakable sense of true inevitability with each repetition. Odysseus now understands clearly that the next danger waiting for them is neither monster nor storm. It is simple hunger. And hunger, this story suggests, often proves considerably more dangerous in the end than outright terror ever could. Terror, after all, tends to sharpen discipline in most men. Hunger, by contrast, has a way of steadily eroding it instead. At dawn, the wind dies away completely once again. The sail slackens uselessly against the mast. The ship's forward progress slows nearly to a complete stop. Far ahead, an island slowly emerges beneath brilliant, unbroken sunlight. Green hills roll gently in the distance. Open pasture land stretches invitingly across the landscape. Golden meadows shimmer softly in the light. And scattered peacefully across those meadows, small, pale shapes graze without any apparent concern in the world. Cattle. Odysseus feels a sudden, genuine coldness despite the warm morning sun overhead. The island of Helios waits patiently ahead of them now, and he already knows, with sinking certainty, exactly what his starving, exhausted men are about to see there. Not prophecy, not looming doom, simply food, freely available for the taking. By midday, the island lies fully revealed before the ship in all its deceptive beauty, radiant beneath a sky so perfectly clear that it feels almost genuinely sacred. Sunlight pours generously over rolling green pasture land, bright stone ridges, and gentle grassy slopes bending slowly in a faint, warm breeze. It is beautiful in a way that feels genuinely unsettling precisely, because nothing about it appears overtly threatening. No cliffs like Scylla's dark lair. No spiraling abyss like Charybdis. No visibly monstrous shapes anywhere. Only peace, apparently complete and total. And scattered across the shimmering golden meadows graze the sacred cattle of Helios. Their hides shine with a strange, luminous quality in the sunlight, white and gold together, as though each animal had been personally touched by fire itself. They move slowly through the grass, grazing in complete silence, entirely untouched by any visible fear, untouched by any sense of ordinary human ownership. Sacred animals of this kind held genuinely profound religious meaning within Greek belief. To harm them was never considered merely theft of valuable property. It was understood instead as a direct violation of divine order itself. Sacrilege, in the fullest sense of the word. The ancient boundary between simple mortal need and sacred, untouchable law is about to be tested here by the oldest and most powerful force known to human survival: simple hunger. Odysseus turns to face his crew before anyone sets foot on the island. His voice carries an unusual, unmistakable severity as he speaks. "Listen to me carefully," he says. Every eye aboard turns toward him at once. Salt-crusted faces, hollow cheeks, bodies worn down by weeks of continual hardship. He points directly toward the grazing cattle in the distance. "No one touches them," he says. A pause follows. Not a single one. He steps closer to his assembled men, forcing the words directly into them one by one. "I spoke with Tiresias myself in the land of the dead. I heard the same warning again from Circe's own mouth. If these particular cattle are harmed in any way, we are finished completely." Silence follows his words. Some of the men lower their eyes uncomfortably. Others exchange uneasy glances with one another. Eurylochus watches everything closely without saying anything himself just yet. Odysseus continues, "We will take on fresh water. We will find proper shelter. We will wait only until favorable winds finally return to us." His voice softens slightly as he continues. "Then we leave immediately." He asks them directly to swear to this. One by one, each man swears the oath, though somewhat reluctantly. The formal oath hangs heavily in the warm island air afterward. Ancient Greeks treated formal oaths with genuine, considerable seriousness, especially whenever the gods themselves were specifically invoked as direct witnesses. To swear falsely under such conditions risked a divine punishment considerably beyond any immediate, ordinary consequence. Yet genuine desperation, this story shows repeatedly, has a persistent way of weakening even deep religious reverence over time. At first, discipline among the crew holds firm. The ship is safely anchored. Camps are established beneath sheltering rocky overhangs along the shore. Fresh water is carefully gathered from small inland springs. The men ration their remaining grain and dried provisions with real care. Odysseus himself remains constantly vigilant, watching the distant, grazing cattle closely from a careful distance at all times. A day passes uneventfully, then another. Still, no favorable wind returns to carry them onward. The sail hangs uselessly against the mast. The surrounding sea remains glassy and completely motionless, reflecting the sunlight back at them like polished bronze. A full week passes in this manner. Food supplies steadily dwindle. Rations shrink accordingly. Hunger sharpens tempers across the camp. Bodies visibly weaken. Ordinary conversation among the men turns noticeably more bitter with each passing day. Ancient audiences would have understood this particular transition immediately and completely. Hunger, this story suggests, is never merely a simple matter of physical discomfort alone. It fundamentally changes the way people think. Morality itself begins, slowly but surely, to negotiate directly with basic survival instinct. On the 8th day, storm clouds gather quite unexpectedly overhead. Rain follows soon after, and then relentless, violent wind, though blowing from entirely the wrong direction to actually help them. The resulting storm continues for nearly an entire month without any real let-up. The bitter irony of the situation becomes almost unbearable to witness. Earlier, they had desperately begged the gods for wind of any kind. Now, an excess of wind effectively imprisons them on this island against their will. Their remaining supplies vanish entirely during this extended delay. The men begin catching birds by hand out of sheer desperation. Fish, shellfish, absolutely anything edible they can find along the shoreline. And still, the hunger continues growing steadily worse. Cheeks grow visibly hollow. Eyes sink noticeably deeper. Movement slows dramatically across the entire camp. Even Odysseus himself begins to feel his own considerable strength steadily draining away under the strain. Yet he clings stubbornly to strict discipline throughout, because the prophecy he heard directly from Tiresias feels, to him, considerably more real and immediate than mere starvation ever could. Then comes the fatal moment of fracture. Odysseus leaves the main camp one afternoon to pray alone, climbing up to a grassy rise overlooking the sea below. Wind lashes violently at his cloak as he climbs. He kneels there and raises both hands toward the heavens, asking the gods directly for mercy, for favorable wind, for any kind of release from this endless, punishing delay. Exhaustion overwhelms him completely as he prays. Hunger combined with prolonged sleeplessness pulls him steadily downward. Slowly, despite all his careful vigilance up to this point, he finally falls asleep. That single moment of sleep proves entirely fatal to everything he has worked so hard to protect. Back at the main camp, Eurylochus rises to address the gathered men. His face looks noticeably gaunt now, harder in expression than it appeared even a few weeks earlier. The men look toward him expectantly, starving, angry, and genuinely frightened all at once. He begins speaking quietly at first. "All forms of death are hateful to us mortals," he says. Nobody interrupts him. He continues, But the very worst death of all is surely to die slowly from simple hunger. Heads lift at this, eyes sharpen with sudden attention. The underlying logic begins to take hold among the assembled men. If they must die regardless, surely it would be far better to die with full stomachs than to slowly waste away like starving animals. One man whispers quietly, "Odysseus warned us clearly about this." Eurylochus's expression hardens noticeably in response. "Odysseus warned us about angering the gods," he says. But what god genuinely demands that men simply starve to death, rather than eat what's readily available to them? This is, without question, a genuinely dangerous question to raise aloud. Ancient Greek mythology very often places its mortal characters directly inside difficult ethical dilemmas exactly like this one, where sacred law and basic physical survival collide head-on. Eurylochus, notably, is not entirely irrational in raising this point. That particular detail is precisely what makes this whole scene feel so genuinely tragic. He speaks here from real, understandable desperation, not from any kind of simple villainy. He points directly toward the peacefully grazing cattle in the near distance. "We will sacrifice the very finest animal among them properly to the gods," he proposes. "When we finally return home safely, we will build rich, proper temples in Helios's honor. We will repay everything we take here in full." Murmurs of cautious agreement rise among the gathered men. Hope returns to them, though not any particularly noble form of hope, practical hope instead. Justification, carefully dressed up as necessity. Rationalization, that oldest and most reliable companion of any genuine temptation. "Better a little sacrilege now than certain death by starvation," one sailor mutters quietly. Another nods in firm agreement. The decision spreads rapidly through the entire camp, exactly like fire moving swiftly through dry summer grass. Hunger, in the end, wins out completely over caution. They select the fattest, healthiest animal from among the grazing herd. Notably, the animals themselves do not run away from the approaching men. This particular detail has haunted many later interpretations of the story. They stand there calmly, almost as if they somehow already know exactly what is about to happen to them. Bronze blades flash suddenly in the bright sunlight. Warm blood spills freely across the sacred grass beneath them. The smell hits everyone present almost instantly. Iron, heat. Raw, primal life itself, suddenly extinguished. Meat begins roasting slowly over an open fire. Fat drips steadily into the flames below, producing sharp, crackling bursts of sound. Smoke rises steadily upward into the otherwise clear afternoon sky. The starving men tremble visibly with anticipation as the meat cooks. Tears mix openly with grease on their gaunt, hollow faces as they finally eat. For the first time in many, many weeks, genuine physical strength begins returning to their exhausted bodies. And above them, high overhead, the sky itself begins to change noticeably. The storm that has trapped them here for nearly a month simply stops. Not gradually, instantly and completely. Total silence falls immediately afterward. No wind at all, no rain, only an unnatural, unbroken stillness. Far too sudden, far too complete to feel entirely natural. Then the omens begin in earnest. The hides of the slaughtered cattle begin to move on their own, crawling slowly across the ground as though somehow still alive, though there is absolutely no wind present to explain this movement. The cooking meat on the roasting spits begins to bellow audibly, low, mournful, utterly impossible to explain by any ordinary means. The chilling sound freezes every single man present instantly in place, cooked flesh crying out exactly like living cattle still might. Ancient storytellers preserved this particular detail with remarkable, chilling consistency across many different versions of the story, precisely because omens of this kind mattered considerably more to their original audience than any amount of spoken argument or justification ever could. Nature itself, in this moment, now bears direct witness to what has just happened. The crime, whatever rationalizations were offered beforehand, has clearly been fully committed and fully seen. Odysseus wakes suddenly from his exhausted sleep on the hillside above. He smells smoke immediately, meat cooking. His blood runs instantly cold at the realization. He sprints back down the hill toward the camp as fast as his exhausted legs will carry him. He arrives far too late to stop anything. Bones, fire, grease, an unnatural, heavy silence hanging over everything. The assembled men carefully avoid meeting his eyes as he arrives among them. He understands immediately, without needing a single word of explanation, exactly what has happened in his brief absence. No rage comes from him in this moment, strangely enough. Only genuine horror, deep, absolute. The careful prophecy he received directly from Tiresias has now been irreversibly broken. He looks upward instinctively. The sun hangs brilliant and unmoving directly overhead, unnaturally, almost aggressively bright. Far above the ordinary limits of mortal sight, Helios himself sees absolutely everything that happens on this island. Ancient Greeks imagined the sun god as genuinely all-seeing, crossing the entire sky each and every day in his radiant chariot, personally observing every broken oath, every act of betrayal, every hidden deed committed anywhere below him. Nothing at all escaped the reach of his constant sunlight. Some ancient traditions claim that Helios immediately ascends to Olympus itself following this event, and speaks directly and urgently before Zeus. His demand in this telling is remarkably simple. Justice or else. Punish these men, he reportedly says, or I will personally carry the sun itself down into the underworld and shine only among the dead from this point forward. The implied threat here is nothing less than genuinely cosmic in scale. Without the sun's ordinary light, the entire natural order of the world would collapse completely. Zeus, faced with this ultimatum, has little practical choice but to respond decisively. Odysseus himself does not personally witness this particular divine exchange taking place far above him on Olympus, but he feels its inevitable consequence steadily approaching regardless. That night, nobody sleeps particularly well. The surrounding air feels genuinely charged, heavy, and expectant. Even the ordinary insects around the camp fall completely silent. The men sit together around the dying embers of their fire, unable to properly speak the obvious truth of what has happened out loud to one another. They all understand clearly now that the entire journey has fundamentally changed. Not maybe, not merely possibly, certainly and irreversibly. Dawn arrives at last, golden and remarkably calm. Finally, favorable wind returns to them after so many weeks of enforced waiting. The men rejoice weakly at this welcome development. They launch the ship quickly, eager to leave this now clearly cursed ground behind them for good. But prophecy, this story reminds us again, does not simply weaken or fade with increasing physical distance. Sacred violation of this kind travels directly along with them, regardless of how far they sail. As the island slowly recedes behind them into the distance, dark clouds begin gathering ominously along the horizon ahead. Not ordinary storm clouds this time. Dense, black, entirely silent for the moment. No thunder yet, only judgment steadily approaching across the open water toward them. Odysseus watches these gathering clouds and, for the first time since first hearing the words spoken directly in the underworld, knows with absolute, unshakable certainty that Tiresias spoke nothing but the truth. Someone aboard this ship will pay dearly for what has happened. The ship leaves the island of Helios behind under a sky that feels genuinely wrong in ways no experienced sailor could possibly mistake or misread. At first, the surrounding sea remains calm, almost deceptively gentle, as though offering one final deception before the coming judgment finally falls upon them. The sail fills with clean, steady wind. Water parts smoothly along the hull as they sail onward. For a few fragile hours, some of the surviving men even allow themselves a cautious flicker of hope. Perhaps the very worst has genuinely passed them by. Perhaps the gods have somehow accepted their hurried sacrifice after all. Perhaps fear alone had simply exaggerated the true danger of the coming prophecy. This is, quite often, exactly how genuine ruin approaches in stories like this one. Not through immediate, obvious violence, but through a brief, deeply dangerous return of misplaced optimism. Ancient Greek audiences understood this particular rhythm quite intimately from their own hard experience. False relief, this story suggests, can often prove considerably crueler than open, honest danger, precisely because it invites the heart to unclench itself just moments before the actual blow finally falls. Odysseus himself does not relax for even a moment, however. He stands at the stern, his eyes fixed steadily on the horizon, where black clouds continue steadily gathering with an unnatural, deliberate precision. They do not drift casually like ordinary storm fronts typically do. They build instead in careful layers, dense, silent, and clearly deliberate in their formation. No gulls cross their path anywhere. Even the ordinary daylight itself begins to change noticeably. The sun, warm and golden only minutes earlier, turns suddenly pale behind a thickening gray veil. Color visibly drains from both sea and sky together until the entire world seems forged from cold iron. The remaining men notice this ominous change too. Conversation among them fades away entirely. Oars stop moving in the water. Hands tighten instinctively around rope and wood. Every instinct honed carefully by years of experience sailing whispers the exact same warning to all of them simultaneously. Something is coming. Then all ordinary sound simply disappears, not merely reduced in volume, gone completely. The wind dies entirely. The sail slackens uselessly. The waves themselves flatten out into an unnaturally still, motionless mirror. Silence spreads so completely across the water that the men can actually hear their own individual heartbeats. This particular detail appears again and again throughout Greek mythology, because silence immediately preceding an act of divine violence often feels considerably more terrifying than any amount of accompanying noise ever could. When nature itself abruptly stops behaving naturally, mortals instinctively understand that a power considerably beyond their own has just entered the scene directly. Odysseus closes his eyes briefly. He already knows, somehow, that this is not simply Poseidon again. This particular judgment feels older and considerably higher in origin. Judgment descending directly from Olympus itself this time. Then the first genuine thunder arrives. It does not roll gradually across the sky the way ordinary thunder typically does. It detonates instantly, all at once. A single crack so violent that the entire ship visibly shakes, as though struck directly by some kind of massive battering ram. Several men clap their hands instinctively over their ears. Light follows immediately afterward, arriving barely half a breath later. Pure white. Absolutely blinding. Not lightning as most humans typically understand or picture it, branching gradually outward across the clouds. This is instead a single spear of pure, concentrated radiance, hurled directly downward from the heavens above. Zeus himself has finally answered Helios's earlier demand for justice. The bolt strikes the ship's mast directly. Time itself seems to briefly stop in that single instant. Then everything explodes outward at once. Wood erupts violently into flame and splintered fragments. Bronze fittings burst apart under the sudden force. Tar ignites instantly. Fire races rapidly across the soaked rigging with genuinely impossible speed. The mast snaps cleanly, exactly like dry, brittle bone breaking. Burning debris rains down violently across the deck. Men scream out in sudden terror. One is thrown instantly overboard by the force of the blast. Another catches fire completely before he even manages to hit the water below. Smoke and rising steam mix together thickly in the air around them. The ship itself breaks apart, not slowly this time, but with genuine, sudden violence. Ancient ships of this era relied heavily on careful structural balance to remain seaworthy. Destroy the central mast and its primary supports, and the entire hull becomes catastrophically vulnerable to complete failure. Zeus's single strike effectively tears the very heart directly out of the vessel in an instant. The deck splits open beneath their feet. Water floods rapidly into the breach. Panic becomes total and complete among the surviving crew. Men grab desperately for anything that might still float, broken planks, shattered beams, anything at all. But divine judgment of this magnitude leaves absolutely no room for any kind of meaningful recovery. The sea, which had gone completely still only moments earlier, suddenly awakens with renewed, terrible violence. Waves rise rapidly now, not from any ordinary wind, but from pure, concentrated divine force alone. The water itself convulses visibly around the sinking wreckage. Odysseus is thrown hard against a piece of shattered timber by the force of it. Salt water floods immediately into his open mouth. Fire hisses loudly into rising steam all around him. Screams echo continuously through the surrounding spray and thick smoke. He catches sight of Eurylochus briefly amid the chaos. For one single, brief moment, their eyes meet directly across the surrounding destruction. No anger passes between them in that final glance. No open accusation either. Only a shared, terrible understanding. The cattle, the broken oath, the devastating cost of it all now finally fully paid. Then a sudden wave lifts Eurylochus bodily away, and he is simply gone, swallowed completely by the churning sea. One by one, every single one of Odysseus's remaining surviving companions disappears beneath the water around him. Some sink instantly beneath the waves. Some cry out desperately before going under. Some simply vanish silently between one wave and the next. No possible rescue exists for any of them in this moment. No command from Odysseus can possibly matter anymore. Leadership itself effectively ends completely where divine judgment of this scale genuinely begins. Then comes silence inside Odysseus himself this time. Not calm exactly, pure shock instead, a terrible hollow emptiness spreading through him. Tiresias's earlier prophecy returns to him now with a kind of merciless, undeniable clarity. You may return home alone, alone. The word suddenly becomes entirely, brutally real to him, no longer symbolic or poetic in any sense. Simple, unavoidable fact. Odysseus is now the very last survivor, the last remaining ship effectively destroyed. The last living king of this entire original expedition. The last witness left alive to everything that has happened across this entire 10-year ordeal. He refuses to accept death, even now, even broken, battered, and overwhelmed by grief as he genuinely is. His fundamental survival instinct remains, somehow, terrifyingly strong despite everything. Ancient audiences admired this particular quality in him almost beyond reasonable explanation. Odysseus survives, this story suggests, not because fate itself makes survival easy for him in any way. He survives instead because he simply refuses to surrender, with a nearly unnatural, almost inhuman degree of sheer persistence. He manages to lash together whatever pieces of wreckage remain within reach, massed fragments, sections of the keel, broken lengths of rope, into a crude, improvised raft. Every single movement costs him considerable remaining strength. His muscles burn steadily with the effort. Blood runs freely from numerous cuts across his arms and scalp. Salt water burns into every open wound like fire. Yet he manages somehow to float. Barely, but he floats regardless. Night falls over the wreckage. The storm continues raging around him. Rain lashes continuously against his exposed face. He clings desperately to the makeshift wreckage beneath a sky that no longer shows any visible stars at all. Only darkness, only endless water, only memory now to keep him company. Hours pass, or perhaps days. Time itself begins to dissolve entirely for him in this state. Some scholars interpret this particular sequence in an almost directly psychological way. Odysseus has now lost his entire fleet, his formal command, and even his basic identity as a ship's captain. Everything external that once defined him has been completely stripped away. Only his bare, essential self genuinely remains. Survival in its purest, most stripped-down form imaginable. Then another terror approaches him out of the darkness, a distant roar beneath the water, a rotating current growing steadily stronger. Odysseus forces open his swollen, salt-stung eyes. No, he thinks immediately. This cannot possibly be happening again. But there it is regardless. The whirlpool, Charybdis once again. The sea itself pulls him steadily back toward the very same devouring maw he had barely managed to escape once before. The vortex churns violently, swallowing entire walls of surrounding water downward into its depths. His makeshift raft spins closer and closer toward the edge with every passing moment. Ancient myth, throughout this story, seems to genuinely love this particular pattern of circular return. The hero confronts an old terror once again, though now in a considerably altered, more desperate form. Earlier in the voyage, Odysseus commanded an entire fleet and held real authority as captain. Now, he has absolutely none of that remaining to him at all. He spots one final possible chance at salvation: a fig tree, rooted somehow directly into the cliff rock high above the spinning whirlpool. At the very last possible moment, just before his makeshift wreckage is finally swallowed completely, Odysseus leaps upward with everything he has left. His hands grasp desperately at a low branch. Pain explodes instantly through both his shoulders from the sudden strain, but he manages to hold on regardless. Below him, Charybdis consumes his abandoned raft completely. Gone in an instant, Odysseus hangs there above total annihilation, exactly like some small insect clinging desperately to bare life itself. Hours pass in this position. His arms tremble violently with the strain of holding on. Sweat mixes freely with the rain still falling around him. Eventually, far below, the whirlpool spits back out pieces of broken wreckage from its depths. The current gradually loosens its powerful grip. Odysseus finally releases his hold, falls, hits the water hard below, and immediately grabs desperately at a floating piece of timber, narrowly escaping once again. This particular scene genuinely fascinated ancient listeners hearing it for the first time, because it borders on something close to genuine absurdity in its sheer, sustained endurance. Some modern scholars view this moment as deliberately mythologized resilience, a single man surviving well beyond any ordinary human limit, purely because the demands of the narrative itself require this final, ultimate confrontation with suffering. Days later, half-conscious now, badly sunburned and severely dehydrated, Odysseus drifts helplessly through open water. No ship remains to him, no sail, no surviving companions of any kind, no clear destination ahead, only endless water in every direction. Then finally, land appears ahead of him, soft, green, genuinely beautiful, and almost entirely unreal-looking after everything he has just survived. An island completely unlike the brutal, hostile shores he has encountered earlier in this journey. Gentle waves carry his exhausted body toward the welcoming sand. He collapses there, breathing raggedly, alive, but only just barely. He has survived Zeus's direct wrath. He has survived Poseidon's relentless storms. He has survived monsters, whirlpools, ancient prophecy, and even death itself. But this sustained survival has, in its own way, completely emptied him out inside. He lies motionless on warm sand beneath gently whispering trees, his eyes slowly closing. And somewhere nearby, unseen for now, lives a woman who is about to offer him something that no god, no king, and no monster has ever offered him before across this entire journey. Not death, not further struggle, not another prophecy to fear. Immortality itself, and that particular offer may well prove considerably more dangerous, in the end, than any storm he has yet faced. Warm sand presses gently against Odysseus's skin as consciousness slowly returns to him in scattered, disconnected fragments. At first, he registers only pure physical sensation, heat radiating from the sun above him, the soft, steady retreat of waves across the shore nearby, the taste of dried salt and blood still clinging to his cracked lips. His entire body feels impossibly heavy, as though the sea itself has somehow poured solid stone directly into his bones. Every single muscle aches. Every wound burns steadily, and yet, remarkably, he is alive once again. Ancient Greek audiences would have felt a genuinely strange emotional duality in this particular moment, relief and exhaustion woven together inseparably. Survival, at this point in the story, has entirely ceased to feel like any kind of triumph. It now feels instead like a genuine burden to carry, almost cruel in its persistence. To keep on living after losing absolutely everyone you set out with can feel, in certain circumstances, considerably less like victory, and considerably more like an ongoing obligation imposed from outside. He opens his eyes slowly. Above him, tree branches sway gently in the warm sea air. The island around him is beautiful in a way that feels almost genuinely unreal. No jagged, hostile cliffs anywhere in sight. No dark, threatening caves. No monstrous cries echoing anywhere. Birds sing peacefully somewhere in the surrounding canopy. Fresh water streams whisper quietly through moss-covered stone nearby. Vines heavy with ripe fruit hang gracefully between cedar and cypress trees all around him. Wildflowers bloom in dense, colorful carpets of gold, white, and violet across the ground. Even the surrounding air smells noticeably different here. Sweet and floral, entirely untouched by blood, smoke, or damp rope. This is Calypso's island, sometimes called Odyssey in the old tradition, a place suspended somewhere directly between the ordinary world and pure myth itself. Some ancient traditions describe it almost as a genuine paradise. Later interpreters, however, saw something considerably subtler hidden within that description. Paradise, this story suggests, can very easily become a prison once meaningful choice is quietly removed from it. He hears soft footsteps approaching, and then a gentle voice. "You survived," the voice says. Odysseus turns his head slowly. Calypso stands before him. Her considerable beauty proves genuinely difficult to properly describe in ordinary words, because the original myth deliberately places her somewhere entirely beyond normal human comparison. Her hair catches the sunlight exactly like bronze touched delicately with gold. Her skin glows warmly even in the shade of the surrounding trees. But what unsettles him most about her, he realizes, is not simply her appearance. It is her profound stillness. She moves with an effortless, unhurried calm, exactly like someone who has never once been touched by urgency, age, or genuine fear of any kind. Immortality, it seems, very often appears beautiful precisely because time itself leaves absolutely no visible marks upon it. She kneels beside him gently. Her cool hands touch his forehead lightly. "You're safe now," she says. Safe. The word lands strangely in his exhausted mind. How long has it genuinely been, he wonders, since safety of any kind actually meant anything real to him? Calypso brings him fresh water, ripe fruit, honey, and soft bread. As his strength gradually returns over the following days, she personally helps feed him. Days pass steadily in careful recovery. His wounds slowly close over. His bruises gradually fade. Sleep becomes genuinely deep and entirely dreamless for the very first time in years. No Cyclops, no storms, no underworld, no screaming, drowning companions. Only birdsong, warm sunlight, and welcome silence. Weeks pass in this manner. Then months. Odysseus heals physically in full, but something else, something considerably harder to name, begins slowly emerging within him instead. Restlessness. At first, he resists even naming this feeling to himself. After absolutely everything he has already endured, shouldn't simple peace finally be enough to satisfy him completely? Ancient listeners to this story would immediately recognize the underlying irony here. Mortals very often believe they desire absolute peace above all else. Yet an identity forged almost entirely through ongoing struggle does not settle easily or comfortably into complete stillness. Calypso offers him comfort without any apparent limit. Her cave-like home glows warmly with hearth fire and polished stone surfaces. Vines heavy with grapes crawl steadily along the walls. 4 separate sacred springs flow gently nearby. Meadows bloom here year-round without exception. No winter ever comes to this particular island. No scarcity of any kind. No visible decay anywhere. Even the nights here feel gentle, moonlight silvering calmly across the still water just beyond the shore. And Calypso genuinely loves him. That fact matters considerably to how this entire episode unfolds. She does not torment him in any way. She simply, genuinely desires him to remain with her. Some later retellings of this story soften or darken her particular role considerably, and scholars continue debating even now exactly how best to interpret her true position within the larger narrative. Captor, lover, or simply a profoundly lonely immortal being. Another compelling interpretation suggests real tragedy exists on both sides of this relationship simultaneously. Calypso genuinely loves him, and yet immortal love of this kind very often fundamentally misunderstands basic mortal need. One evening, she finally speaks aloud what has remained largely unspoken between them up until this point. "Stay," she says simply. Odysseus looks out toward the distant sea instead of answering immediately. Calypso continues regardless. "You have already suffered more than enough in this life." She steps closer to him. "No more war, no more storms, no more hunger, and no more death," she says, her voice softening further. "Stay here with me." The offer deepens considerably as she continues. "Be mine completely," she says. A pause follows. "I can make you truly immortal." Silence follows this remarkable offer. This particular moment may genuinely represent the single most extraordinary temptation contained anywhere within the entire Odyssey. Not simple pleasure alone this time. Not mere knowledge, as with the Sirens. Not raw power either. Freedom from death itself. Ancient Greeks held genuinely complicated views regarding immortality as a concept. The gods themselves were deathless, certainly, but immortality alone never automatically guaranteed genuine happiness in Greek thought. Mortality, by contrast, gave real urgency to life, real meaning, real tenderness to ordinary human relationships. To know clearly that time will eventually end changes, quite fundamentally, how love itself actually feels to those experiencing it. Odysseus says nothing at first in response. Calypso studies him carefully. "I can stop your aging completely," she offers. "No sickness, no dying, no loss of any kind ever again." Her final words strike deepest of all. "No grief," she says. What ordinary mortal, faced honestly with such an offer, would ever genuinely refuse it? And yet, despite everything, Odysseus walks quietly down to the shore instead, sits alone on a smooth stone there and simply watches the distant horizon. This becomes his regular, private ritual from that point forward. Day after day, he sits facing the sea, not actively sailing anywhere, not fighting anything, simply waiting there and quietly weeping. Ancient texts emphasize this particular image repeatedly and deliberately because it reveals something essential about his ongoing transformation as a character. The clever strategist, the celebrated war hero, the hardened survivor of countless monsters, now spends his days weeping quietly at the water's edge instead, not out of any weakness on his part, out of genuine, unresolved longing instead. Calypso eventually joins him there one day and asks him the question directly. "Why would any mortal deliberately choose ongoing suffering over what I offer you?" Odysseus finally answers her honestly. His voice is quiet as he speaks. "You are genuinely beautiful," he says, "true enough. You are also genuinely kind. Also true, more beautiful even than Penelope." Calypso goes very still at hearing this. Then comes the deeper truth beneath it. "But you are simply not my home," he says. Silence follows. Wind moves gently through the surrounding grass. Odysseus continues speaking. "Penelope will grow old eventually. She will develop wrinkles. She will one day die." His voice tightens noticeably as he says this. "So will I eventually." A long pause follows. "That fact matters to me," he says simply. This particular exchange stands as one of the single most profound statements about mortality contained anywhere within Greek literature. Love, this story suggests, gains real intensity precisely because it inevitably ends someday. Immortality, by contrast, can genuinely flatten meaning itself, because nothing feels truly urgent when time stretches out infinitely ahead of you. Calypso understands this perfectly, and she visibly suffers because of it, because perhaps, for the very first time in her own long existence, she realizes that immortality alone simply cannot solve genuine human longing. Years pass in this manner, not merely months this time, actual years. 7 years according to the most widely accepted version of this tradition. 7 years spent in apparent paradise. 7 years of quiet emotional captivity, however comfortable. 7 years spent simply watching the distant horizon, day after day, without any real change. Then, change finally begins far away from this island. On distant Olympus, among the assembled gods, memory itself stirs once again. Athena has never actually forgotten Odysseus throughout this entire ordeal. That particular fact matters enormously within this story's larger logic. Ancient Greek myth repeatedly shows that divine memory itself functions as a genuine form of power. To be actively remembered by a god can effectively preserve someone's fate against otherwise total oblivion. Athena stands before the assembled immortal gods and speaks directly to Zeus himself. Her argument is sharp and direct. Will Odysseus simply suffer forever with no end in sight? She asks pointedly. A pause follows. Has he genuinely not paid enough already for his earlier pride? Zeus listens carefully to her argument. Poseidon, notably, is currently absent, traveling far away among a distant group of worshippers who still honor him faithfully. This particular timing matters considerably to what follows. Without Poseidon's direct presence to object, the current balance of divine judgment may finally shift in Odysseus's favor. Zeus finally speaks. Yes, he says simply. A single word, and yet everything about Odysseus's situation immediately changes as a direct result. Formal orders are given without delay. Hermes is dispatched immediately back to Ogygia to deliver the news personally. Odysseus sits by the familiar shore exactly as he does most days, waves washing rhythmically over the smooth stones nearby. He does not yet know that the gods have finally remembered him after 7 long years. But that particular evening, something genuinely unusual happens. A new wind rises unexpectedly. Not violent in any way, not especially strong either, but gentle and yet distinctly different somehow from the wind he has grown accustomed to on this island. Purposeful in a way he cannot quite explain. He feels the difference immediately and instinctively. Ancient sailors across many generations developed instincts refined enough that even small changes in air pressure, subtle scent, or general movement could carry genuine meaning to them. Odysseus lifts his head at the change. The wind carries with it the unmistakable scent of open sea, of genuine possibility, of a journey finally about to resume. He closes his eyes briefly. Somewhere behind him, within Calypso's cave dwelling, divine footsteps are already approaching. And immortality itself is about to lose, at long last, to something that even the assembled gods themselves cannot fully control or contain indefinitely. The simple, stubborn, endlessly persistent human hunger to finally return home. The evening wind continues moving steadily across Ogygia, stirring the leaves and carrying the salt-rich scent of open water deep into Calypso's flowering groves. Odysseus feels the difference before he can fully articulate it to himself. For 7 long years, the air on this island had felt strangely enclosed, almost circular, as though every breeze here belonged only to the island itself and nowhere else. But this particular wind carries something from elsewhere: distance, movement, genuine change. Ancient Greek audiences would immediately recognize environmental shifts exactly like this one as clear divine signals. Nature itself, in this tradition, very often moved first, before any god chose to make themselves fully visible. Inside her cave, Calypso feels the same shift immediately. She stops weaving at her loom mid-motion. Her expression changes visibly. She already seems to know what is coming. Only one particular being arrives with quite this kind of quiet, unmistakable authority. Moments later, Hermes appears at her doorway, radiant and effortless, his golden sandals barely seeming to touch the earth beneath him. Even immortal beings, it seems, react somewhat differently in the direct presence of other gods. Calypso straightens herself, not from fear exactly, but from simple recognition of real power standing before her. Proper hospitality is still offered despite the circumstances. Nectar is poured, ambrosia is placed carefully before him, Ritual, it seems, remains genuinely important even among the gods themselves. Hermes speaks without any unnecessary delay. Zeus has made his decision, he says simply. Calypso closes her eyes at hearing this. She does not particularly need to hear the rest. Still, Hermes continues regardless. Odysseus must leave this island. Silence settles heavily between them. The crackle of the nearby hearth fire suddenly sounds very loud in the quiet that follows. Calypso finally turns away from him. When she speaks again, sorrow and genuine anger mix together clearly in her voice. "How convenient this is," she says bitterly. Hermes says nothing in response. Her frustration sharpens further. When male gods take mortal lovers for themselves, no one ever objects to it. She turns back to face him directly. "But when a goddess dares to love a mortal instead," she continues, a bitter smile crossing her face. Suddenly, justice matters a great deal to everyone involved. This particular complaint survives within the ancient tradition with genuinely surprising emotional complexity intact. Some scholars view it as one of mythology's rare moments where a real double standard among the gods themselves is openly, directly acknowledged within the story. Calypso is not entirely wrong in raising this point. The gods themselves, this story suggests, are rarely fully consistent in how they apply their own rules. Hermes remains calm throughout her outburst. "The order stands regardless," he says simply. Calypso exhales slowly, understanding that resistance here would prove entirely useless. Not because she personally lacks sufficient power to resist, but because Zeus's direct command represents the underlying cosmic order itself, which even she cannot simply override. At sunset that same day, she walks down to the familiar shore. Odysseus sits on his usual stone, watching the horizon exactly as he has done for years now. She stands quietly beside him. For a while, neither of them speaks at all. Then she finally says quietly, "You are leaving." Odysseus turns toward her, genuine shock flashing visibly across his face. "The gods themselves have finally spoken," she continues. A pause follows. "You may go." He simply stares at her for a moment. For a moment, hope itself feels almost too dangerous for him to fully believe in. "Truly?" he asks. Calypso studies him carefully. Something genuinely painful passes across her expression as she answers. "Yes," she says simply. Then, with a faint trace of old suspicion still lingering in her voice, she adds, "Unless, of course, you believe I am somehow plotting against you even now." Odysseus hesitates visibly before answering. Ancient listeners to this story often smiled sadly at exactly this particular moment. After years of accumulated suffering and betrayal, trust itself becomes genuinely difficult to extend, even when freedom finally appears to be within reach. Calypso notices his hesitation immediately. "Still suspicious of me, even now," she observes. Odysseus lowers his gaze slightly. "Suspicion is precisely what has kept me alive this long," he says. "True enough in its own way." She nods slowly in acknowledgement. "And it has also kept you genuinely lonely," she adds. That particular observation lands with real, undeniable weight, precisely because it is also entirely true. The following days are spent in careful preparation. Not building a proper ship this time, but a simple, sturdy raft instead. Odysseus cuts timber himself using bronze tools that Calypso provides for him. Cedar and pine fall steadily beneath his controlled, practiced strikes. The scent of fresh wood and clean sap fills the surrounding air. He carefully shapes beams, ties secure lashings, builds proper supports, and seals every joint against the water with real skill and patience. His body clearly remembers this kind of honest, practical labor. Ancient Greek kings were generally expected to possess genuine practical skill of this kind, not merely the ability to command others. Odysseus's evident craftsmanship here reinforces his identity as a builder and a maker, not merely as a warrior or a king. Calypso helps him quietly throughout this process, without a single word of complaint or resistance. This particular detail matters enormously to how her character is ultimately understood. She does not sabotage his efforts in any way. She does not curse him as he prepares to leave her forever. She simply helps him leave successfully instead. That choice transforms her personal tragedy considerably. She is not simply a villain in this story, only an abandoned immortal, genuinely suffering a real human kind of loss. At night, they share their meals together largely in silence, more often now than they exchange any actual words. The emotional distance steadily growing between them feels genuinely strange to witness. He remains physically present with her, and yet some essential part of him has clearly already gone. On their final night together, moonlight washes silver light gently across the surrounding sea. Calypso speaks one last time, a final offer. Odysseus listens carefully. "Stay," she says, simple, entirely unadorned by any further argument. No attempt this time to persuade him through the promise of immortality, only simple, honest desire remaining. "Stay, because I genuinely want you here with me," she says. A long silence follows her words. Odysseus finally answers her gently. "If I stay," he says, searching carefully for the right words, "I stop being myself entirely." This particular answer reaches directly to the very heart of his entire journey. Who, after all, is Odysseus without his constant longing, without the promise of eventual return, without Ithaca waiting somewhere ahead of him? Calypso understands this completely, and that understanding hurts her considerably more than any simple refusal ever could have. Morning arrives clear and bright. The completed raft stands ready. Food has been carefully loaded aboard it, fresh water secured, wine stored properly, new clothing folded neatly nearby. Calypso offers him practical, useful guidance about the coming voyage, currents, stars, prevailing winds. Even now, she continues protecting him in whatever ways remain available to her. Then she offers one final gift, a warm, sea-resistant cloak. Simple, genuinely human in its design, not magical in any way. That particular detail feels significant. Not power this time. Simple, practical care instead. At the shoreline, they stand facing one another directly. No dramatic final speeches pass between them. No divine fury on her part. Only quiet, genuine sorrow. Calypso reaches out and touches his face gently. Her voice barely rises above the sound of the surf as she speaks. "You will suffer again before this is over," she tells him. Odysseus nods in simple acknowledgement. "I know. You may even die out there," she continues. "I know that too." A pause follows. She asks him the deepest question of all. Why choose mortality so fiercely when eternal life was genuinely within your reach? Odysseus looks out toward the sea before finally answering her. "Because endings give things their meaning," he says simply. Ancient Greek philosophical thought echoes clearly through this single, simple sentence. Mortality, this story suggests, gives real weight and urgency to every choice a person makes. Death itself gives genuine shape and meaning to an entire life. Calypso withdraws her hand slowly. He boards the completed raft. The wind catches the small sail immediately. Distance begins growing steadily between them. She watches him from the shore, remaining entirely silent throughout. The island slowly recedes behind him into the distance. For 17 full days, the voyage remains genuinely peaceful. 17 days of steady sun by day, familiar stars by night. Odysseus navigates carefully by the constellations, using Ursa Major, Orion, and the Pleiades to guide his general direction across the open water. Ancient Mediterranean sailors relied heavily on exactly this kind of careful stellar navigation. The night sky, for them, functioned simultaneously as map, compass, calendar, and sacred text all at once. Hope genuinely returns to him during this stretch. Real hope this time. Ithaca finally begins to feel like a real, achievable possibility once again. Then on the 18th day, everything changes once more. Far away across the open sea, another god finally returns from his travels, Poseidon. He has been away visiting the distant Ethiopians, receiving their sacrifices and offerings. Now, at last, he travels back toward his own domain, and from a considerable height, he happens to notice something moving steadily across his personal waters. A simple raft, a single mortal man aboard it. He narrows his gaze carefully at the sight. Recognition arrives instantly. Odysseus. The name first spoken by Polyphemus so many years earlier returns to him now with full force. The original prayer, the curse, the still unfinished wrath that has never fully been satisfied. Poseidon's expression hardens visibly at the sight of this particular man, still stubbornly alive after everything that has already happened to him. Ancient myths very often portray the gods as fundamentally eternal beings, but their emotions, this story reminds us, remain genuinely immediate regardless of how much time has actually passed. Anger, it seems, does not always fade simply because considerable time has elapsed. Divine memory has a way of preserving even old insults with truly terrifying clarity. Poseidon raises his trident deliberately. The sea itself answers his gesture immediately. Clouds gather with violent, unnatural speed. Wind screams suddenly awake. Waves begin rising rapidly around the small raft. Odysseus sees the horizon darkening ahead of him and feels his pulse spike immediately in response. No, he thinks desperately. Not now. Not after absolutely everything he has already survived up to this point. But the gathering storm grows far too quickly for him to outrun or avoid in any way. Lightning flashes within the towering black cloud walls forming rapidly around him. Rain begins falling heavily. The raft shudders violently beneath him, and Odysseus understands, with a cold, sinking certainty, that Poseidon has finally seen him again directly, and that the sea is about to become pure wrath once more. The storm does not build gradually this time. It detonates instantly. One moment, Odysseus rides steady across calm water beneath pale, gentle sunlight. The next, the entire sky collapses suddenly into black, violent chaos. Wind slams into the small raft with such overwhelming force that the sail tears completely loose in an instant, snapping violently exactly like fragile cloth caught in a giant's closing fist. Rain lashes his exposed face so hard that it genuinely feels like thrown stones striking him. The surrounding sea rises around him in towering walls, not ordinary waves at all, but moving cliffs of dark green water, almost entirely black beneath the churning storm light. Ancient Greek audiences would have recognized the sheer terror of this moment immediately upon hearing it described. This is no longer simply Poseidon cursing him from a great distance, as before. He is now genuinely present, personal, and directly watching this unfold. High above the raging water, though entirely invisible to any mortal eye, Poseidon lifts his trident once more. His anger here is not wild, uncontrolled fury. That particular restraint is precisely what makes it feel so much worse. It is instead deliberate, controlled, the calculated wrath of a god who has patiently waited many long years for exactly this moment. Odysseus grips his small raft with both hands as it rises and plunges violently beneath him. Rope burns painfully against his exposed palms. Salt floods repeatedly into his mouth. Every single breath becomes genuine labor under these conditions. The carefully constructed raft groans audibly under the tremendous strain. Its timbers flex dangerously. The lashings holding it together scream under the pressure. Water floods steadily across the deck faster than he can possibly clear it away. Lightning splits the sky repeatedly, briefly illuminating an endless expanse of white spray and black storm cloud. For one brief heartbeat, the entire visible world becomes pure, blinding brightness. Then darkness returns, somehow even deeper than before. Odysseus shouts desperately into the raging storm, though no human voice could possibly carry any meaning here against forces of this magnitude. His thoughts turn genuinely bitter in this moment. Ancient epic poetry very often allows its heroes brief moments of raw, unguarded humanity, even amid grand mythological events, and this becomes exactly one of those moments. He thinks of Troy, of all his comrades who died there in genuine battlefield glory, warriors who fell honorably beneath enemy spears and received proper funeral rites, songs, and lasting memory afterward. And he, the single man who somehow survived all of that, may now simply drown alone here on a piece of shattered wood, with no one left alive to even witness it happening. Better perhaps to have simply died back at Troy, he thinks in this moment of despair. The thought itself is not cowardice exactly. It is pure, accumulated exhaustion instead. Some scholars note how profoundly unheroic and genuinely human this particular moment feels within the larger story. Odysseus is not triumphant here in any way. He is simply deeply tired. Poseidon strikes again. His trident drives downward with tremendous force. A single monstrous wave rises higher than anything that has come before it and crashes directly onto the small raft. The wood explodes apart instantly under the impact. Odysseus is thrown violently into the open sea. Cold water engulfs him completely. Everything around him dissolves into total chaos. Water pressure crushes against him from every direction. Sound and darkness blur together. Up and down entirely lose their meaning to him. He tumbles helplessly through violently churning currents. His lungs burn desperately for air. Salt water invades his nose and throat repeatedly. His chest screams silently for relief. At last he manages to break the surface, coughing violently, only to be slammed immediately again by another towering wave. The scattered remnants of his destroyed raft drift apart all around him in the churning water. Now finally, he is truly, completely alone. No ship remains, no mast, no piece of timber sturdy enough to properly trust anymore. Only his own exhausted body, pitted directly against the full, overwhelming force of the open sea. Ancient sailors understood the brutal, unforgiving truth of open water survival quite well. Even genuinely strong swimmers lose their fight quickly against cold water and mounting exhaustion combined. Poseidon understands this fact too. He does not necessarily need to kill Odysseus directly himself. The sea itself can easily finish this particular task on his behalf. Then unexpectedly, another divine presence enters the scene. Not wrath this time, mercy instead. A figure rises briefly through the surrounding storm spray, luminous and genuinely strange in appearance. Ino, once an ordinary mortal woman herself, now transformed into a minor sea goddess and protector of endangered sailors. She appears only long enough for Odysseus to catch a brief glimpse of her pale radiance through the driving rain. In her outstretched hand, she holds a simple veil. Her voice cuts cleanly through the surrounding roar of the storm. "Take this," she calls out to him. Odysseus barely hears her over the chaos. "Wrap it securely around your chest," she instructs quickly. She throws the veil directly toward him through the wind and rain. "Do not be afraid," she continues. "Simply swim toward land. Once you reach the shore safely, cast this veil back into the sea immediately." Then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she vanishes again beneath the churning waves. The offered gift floats nearby in the water, within his reach. Odysseus hesitates briefly before grabbing it. That particular hesitation reveals something essential about who he has become after this long journey. He no longer trusts help easily or automatically, even divine help offered in his moment of greatest need. Ancient listeners to this story genuinely appreciated this particular detail. Even seemingly benevolent divine assistance becomes considerably more complicated once deception has shaped so much of a person's recent experience. Is this genuine rescue, he wonders? Another elaborate trap of some kind? A simple hallucination born entirely of his own exhaustion and imminent drowning? He chooses caution initially, clinging instead to the scattered fragments of his destroyed raft for as long as possible. Hours pass in this state. The storm continues worsening steadily around him. The remaining fragments eventually become entirely useless to him. Finally, sheer reason wins out over his lingering suspicion. He wraps the offered veil securely around his chest as instructed. Then there is nothing left for him to do but swim, stroke, breathe, kick steadily forward. Simply survive, one motion at a time. Poseidon observes all of this and snarls visibly in frustration. One final, powerful surge of waves crashes directly toward Odysseus in response. But the sea god finally begins to relent somewhat after this. Not out of any genuine compassion on his part, but simply from the natural limits of even divine power. Even gods, it seems, do not always exert themselves endlessly without eventual limit. Perhaps Poseidon genuinely believes, at this point, that Odysseus's eventual drowning has now become simply inevitable regardless of any further direct intervention. Perhaps fate itself resists total, complete destruction of this particular man. Poseidon withdraws his active attention. The storm itself remains, but something has clearly shifted in its underlying intensity. Hours become a full day. A day becomes 2 full days. Odysseus swims, floats, kicks steadily forward, and rests whenever the waves briefly allow it. The veil somehow keeps him alive throughout this ordeal in ways that defy any simple, mechanical explanation. Myth, this story suggests, does not always demand strict logical consistency in every detail. Divine gifts of this kind preserve life through simple grace instead. On the third dawn following the storm, land finally appears ahead of him once more. At first, only a vague blur on the horizon. Then gradually a clearer shape emerges. Cliffs, bare rock, an unmistakable shoreline. Hope surges immediately within him, quickly followed by genuine despair. The visible coastline here proves brutally unwelcoming. No proper beach anywhere in sight. Only sheer, unforgiving stone cliffs where the waves smash violently against jagged rock formations. Foam erupts 30 feet into the air at the point of impact. To be thrown against those particular rocks would mean certain, immediate death from crushed bones alone. Odysseus fights down rising panic. He genuinely cannot continue swimming indefinitely at this point. And yet he clearly cannot safely land anywhere along this particular stretch of coastline either. He drifts carefully along the shore, searching desperately for any safer point to land. Every visible stretch of coastline here appears equally deadly. Waves hammer relentlessly against the stone like the steady beat of war drums. Then finally he hears it. Water, but different water this time. Not violent ocean surf. A river mouth instead, fresh water pouring steadily out into the surrounding sea. Ancient Greeks very often viewed river mouths as genuinely sacred thresholds, places where the realms of land and sea negotiated safe passage between them. Here, this particular threshold becomes his salvation. Odysseus prays, not grandly or elaborately this time, but with pure, simple desperation instead, directly to the unnamed river god. "Whoever you are," he prays, "please have pity on me now." Simple prayer, pure, unadorned need. The surrounding current softens almost miraculously in response. The river itself seems to accept him. The violent surf gradually releases its punishing grip on him. Odysseus drifts steadily inward on the gentler current. At last his exhausted feet finally touch soft river mud beneath the surface, then solid stones, then, finally, dry earth itself. He collapses there completely, breathing raggedly, and simply rests, alive once again against truly overwhelming odds. The borrowed veil must still be returned, exactly as instructed. Even half dead from exhaustion, he remembers this important detail clearly. He unties it carefully from around his chest and throws it back into the flowing river water. A passing wave immediately carries it away from him. The sacred ritual is now properly complete. Now, however, a new and more immediate problem presents itself. Cold. His entire body shakes violently from prolonged exposure. His skin is torn in numerous places. His muscles feel completely exhausted. If he simply falls asleep here, entirely exposed to the elements, he may still die from simple exposure despite having survived everything else. Survival immediately following a genuine rescue, this story suggests, very often depends on remarkably mundane, practical choices rather than any further heroic struggle. Odysseus crawls further inland on his hands and knees. He eventually discovers a small grove of olive trees growing near the riverbank. Fallen leaves lie thick and undisturbed beneath the intertwined branches above. He burrows himself completely into this pile of leaves, exactly like some wild animal preparing a shelter against the coming winter cold. This particular image carried real, deep significance for the original Greek audience hearing this story. The celebrated king of Ithaca, master strategist of the entire Trojan War, now survives purely through primal animal instinct instead. Basic heat conservation. Simple concealment. Nothing more sophisticated than that. He covers himself completely with the fallen leaves. Above him, through gaps in the leaf cover, the stars slowly begin to emerge overhead. His breathing gradually slows. Sleep steadily approaches him. Not peaceful sleep exactly, pure accumulated exhaustion instead. Before the darkness of sleep finally claims him completely, one final coherent thought flickers briefly through his mind. Not of Troy this time, not even directly of Poseidon, simply of home. Of Penelope, waiting somewhere for him still. Then sleep finally claims him entirely. The following morning will bring something entirely new into his life. Not another monster, not another goddess or curse of any kind. A young woman instead, walking toward a nearby river with her friends, carrying laundry and sharing easy laughter together. And for the very first time in many long years, Odysseus is finally about to encounter genuine kindness that asks absolutely nothing in return. Morning arrives softly over the island belonging to the Phaeacian people. After storms, curses, monsters, and considerable divine violence, this particular dawn feels almost impossibly gentle by comparison. Sunlight filters gently through the surrounding olive leaves, turning them a trembling shade of gold. Cool morning air carries the mingled scent of wet earth, fresh river water, and freshly crushed grass. Birds sing openly overhead with a kind of casual confidence, entirely untouched by prophecy or divine wrath of any kind. Beneath a thick blanket of fallen leaves, Odysseus still sleeps soundly, curled protectively like some hunted wild animal seeking shelter. His entire body is caked with dried mud, salt, dried blood, and pure exhaustion. And yet, remarkably, he continues breathing steadily. Ancient Greek audiences would have felt the sharp contrast here immediately upon hearing it described. The very same man who once outwitted powerful kings and terrifying monsters now survives, quite literally, by sleeping hidden inside a pile of leaves like some ordinary wild creature. His considerable pride has been stripped away almost entirely at this point. Only pure endurance genuinely remains within him. Far from this quiet grove, inside a shining palace built of polished stone and gleaming bronze, another important story quietly begins to unfold in parallel. During the previous night, Athena moves once again on his behalf. Divine assistance within Greek mythology rarely appears as blunt, obvious intervention. Athena consistently prefers intelligence, careful timing, and subtle influence instead. She enters the sleeping dreams of Nausicaa, daughter of King Alcinous and Queen Arete, who rule over this particular island kingdom. She appears within the dream disguised as a close friend and plants a simple, seemingly innocent idea within the sleeping princess's mind. Laundry, preparations for eventual marriage, her own future. The dream whispers gently to her, suggesting that her own clothing genuinely needs washing and that she herself may well be married sometime soon. This particular suggestion seems ordinary enough, even trivial on its surface. Yet myth, throughout this entire story, very often turns the course of history through remarkably small, practical actions exactly like this one. Nausicaa wakes the following morning with an unusual sense of quiet resolve. At breakfast, she approaches her father with careful, respectful composure. "Father," she asks, "may I take our wagon down to the river to properly wash our family's clothing?" Alcinous understands considerably more than she directly states aloud. Ancient Greek fathers very often recognized indirect references exactly like this one as signaling a daughter's readiness for eventual marriage. He simply smiles at her request and asks no further, potentially embarrassing questions about her true motivation. The wagon is prepared without delay. Fine garments are carefully loaded aboard it. Several maidservants join her for the trip. Mules pull the loaded cart steadily toward the river. Laughter fills the road as they travel. This particular scene matters considerably to the overall structure of the story. After so much accumulated darkness throughout the preceding chapters, Homer deliberately gives his audience genuine brightness here instead. Young women talking freely together, warm sunlight glinting on flowing river water, hands scrubbing cloth vigorously against smooth river stones. The entire scene feels genuinely alive with simple, ordinary human beauty. The laundry is properly washed. Clean garments are spread out beneath the sun to dry completely. Their work finished for the moment, the young maidens begin singing together and playing a simple game with a ball. Then, unexpectedly, fate intervenes directly. The ball is thrown and misses its intended target, falling instead into deep water. One of the servants cries out in surprise. The sound echoes clearly through the surrounding grove. Odysseus wakes instantly at the sound. Every instinct sharpened by years of continual danger activates immediately within him. He hears voices, young voices, clearly human voices this time, not monsters and not gods either. He rises slowly and carefully from his bed of leaves. Then reality strikes him fully. He is completely naked, encrusted with dried salt, filthy beyond description, his hair wild and matted, barely recognizable at this point as any kind of civilized man at all. Ancient Greek audiences deeply understood the genuine importance of proper appearance within their broader culture of hospitality. Clothing signaled social status, personal identity, and basic dignity. Odysseus, in this moment, possesses none of these outward markers whatsoever. He quickly breaks off a leafy branch to cover himself and steps cautiously toward the sound of the voices near the river. The gathered maidens see him moving and immediately panic. Most of them scream in fright and flee immediately in every direction. Only Nausicaa herself remains standing calmly in place. Athena strengthens her natural courage in this critical moment. She stands perfectly still, watching him carefully. Odysseus stops his approach immediately upon seeing her reaction. This particular moment becomes genuinely delicate beyond measure. He must choose his words with extreme care here. Approach too closely, and he risks terrifying her completely. Appear too desperate in his manner, and he risks seeming genuinely dangerous to her. Show too much lingering pride, and he risks losing her natural sympathy entirely. This is no ordinary battle fought with bronze weapons. It is instead an intricate battle of careful human perception and social skill. And Odysseus, remarkably, excels at exactly this kind of challenge. Some scholars regard this particular scene as one of his single greatest demonstrations of genuine intelligence throughout the entire story, precisely because his continued survival now depends entirely on careful social intuition rather than physical strength or cunning strategy. He deliberately chooses to keep a respectful distance between them, lowering himself slightly, though not into full prostration, striking a careful balance of respect and simple humility. Then, finally, he speaks. "Princess," he says, his voice genuinely rough from prolonged exposure to salt water and exhaustion. "Are you perhaps a goddess or simply a mortal woman?" This particular formula of reverent uncertainty was a well-established, safe convention within Greek culture. Wise, appropriately complimentary, and genuinely safe to offer under these circumstances. Nausicaa watches him carefully throughout his careful speech. Odysseus continues. "If you are indeed a goddess," he says, "you closely resemble Artemis herself. A flattering comparison to the goddess of the hunt, radiant and genuinely noble in bearing. But if you are mortal instead," he continues, "then truly blessed are your own parents." His careful, elegant choice of words remains impressive despite his obviously ruined physical appearance. Language itself, this story suggests, reveals underlying civilization even when outward appearance simply cannot. He explains only what genuinely proves necessary in this moment. Shipwreck, storm, considerable suffering, simple immediate need. No overt threats of any kind, no attempt at manipulation either. Finally, he makes his humble request. "Please," he asks simply, "some simple cloth to wear, nothing more elaborate than that. Not gold, not shelter of any kind. Simply clothing and along with it some measure of restored personal dignity." Nausicaa's initial fear softens gradually into genuine compassion as she listens to him. She sees him clearly now for what he truly is. Not a monster, not some dangerous criminal. Simply a broken man, carefully preserving whatever dignity remains available to him through obvious self-restraint. Ancient Greek hospitality, the sacred principle known as xenia, awakens fully within her in this moment. She turns immediately to address her fleeing servants. "Why are you all running away like this?" She calls out firmly. Her voice steadies them considerably. "Has Athena perhaps sent us some kind of villain to fear?" No answer comes from any of them. She continues speaking regardless. "Strangers arrive among us always by the will of Zeus himself." This particular belief lies genuinely central to the broader Greek moral imagination of this era. A stranger might well be traveling under direct divine protection. Hospitality, in this cultural context, was considered sacred precisely because the gods so often tested ordinary mortals through disguised visitors exactly like this one. The servants slowly return at her insistence. Proper clothing is brought for him. Olive oil for washing is provided as well. Food and fresh water follow shortly after. Odysseus bathes carefully downstream in relative privacy. The accumulated mud gradually washes away. Salt dissolves steadily in the clean water. Dried blood disappears completely into the flowing current. He rubs olive oil carefully into his torn, weathered skin. Ancient Greeks treated oil of this kind not merely as a simple luxury item, but as genuine restoration itself. Warmth, cleanliness, personal dignity, basic health. Then Athena intervenes once more, though subtly this time. She enhances his overall appearance, not by fundamentally changing his true identity, but simply by properly restoring his natural presence and bearing. His shoulders appear noticeably broader now. His hair falls in richer, fuller curls than before. His general bearing regains a quiet, unmistakable nobility as he returns from bathing, now dressed in properly clean garments. Even the assembled maidens stare at him in evident admiration. Nausicaa feels something shift within her at the sight. Admiration, certainly, and perhaps even the earliest hint of genuine personal longing. Not yet love exactly, but clear possibility nonetheless. She studies him carefully and privately thinks something that Homer allows the audience to feel without ever stating it too crudely or directly. May my own future husband someday resemble a man exactly like this one. Yet Nausicaa remains wise enough to fully understand the practical dangers involved here. She offers him careful, considered instructions. "You are currently within the land of the Phaeacian people," she explains. This particular name matters considerably to the larger story. The Phaeacians were famed throughout Greek tradition as truly exceptional sailors, almost mythic navigators existing somewhere between the purely mortal and purely divine worlds. Some researchers interpret them as a genuinely liminal people, civilized in every visible way, and yet also somehow touched by magic, existing right at the edge between established myth and known geography. Nausicaa continues her careful instructions. "My own father is King Alcinous," she explains. A pause follows. "You must eventually make your way to our royal palace." Then comes an important note of caution. "But do not walk directly alongside me on the road there," she warns. Odysseus listens carefully to this instruction. She explains her reasoning plainly. If the local townspeople happen to see the two of them walking together, damaging rumors would inevitably begin immediately. Questions would naturally arise. Speculation about a potential marriage would quickly follow. Personal reputation in this tightly knit society mattered enormously. Ancient Greek social life was, after all, a deeply communal affair, and personal perception carried real, lasting weight. She gives him a careful, specific route to follow instead. "Wait some time, then follow along afterward," she instructs. "Seek out Queen Arete first when you arrive, rather than approaching my father the king directly." This particular piece of advice proves genuinely brilliant in practice. Among the Phaeacian people, Queen Arete herself holds considerable personal influence and respect. Odysseus recognizes the wisdom in this suggestion immediately. He bows respectfully to her. Your kindness here may well end up saving my life entirely, he tells her sincerely. Nausicaa smiles faintly at this. Then she offers something unexpectedly gentle in parting. May the gods themselves grant you a safe journey home, she says. Home. The word still genuinely wounds him to hear, even now. But it also, in its own way, begins the slow process of healing something within him as well. The wagon rolls away shortly afterward, dust rising steadily behind its departing wheels. Odysseus stands alone once more. And yet, something important has clearly changed within him. For the first time in many long years, genuine help has arrived without any accompanying seduction, curse, or hidden ulterior motive attached to it. Pure hospitality, simple, uncomplicated kindness. He turns finally toward the distant city visible ahead of him. White walls shimmer brightly in the sunlight. Bronze fixtures gleam distantly atop the palace rooftops. The final road leading toward his eventual homecoming has genuinely begun at last. He enters the shining Phaeacian palace eventually, guided partly by Athena herself, who appears briefly disguised as a young local girl. He kneels formally before Queen Arete in the ancient gesture of supplication, clasping her knees directly, one of the single most sacred acts recognized within the entire Greek cultural tradition. To refuse a genuine, formal suppliant risks serious moral and divine condemnation for the host involved. Queen, he says, his voice steady despite his obvious exhaustion, I beg for your mercy and assistance. I have suffered a great deal already. I ask only for safe passage back to my own home. King Alcinous rises immediately at hearing this request. Proper hospitality activates at once. A comfortable chair is brought for him. Food and wine are placed generously before him. Only after he has eaten properly does Alcinous finally ask him directly who he truly is. Odysseus, initially, answers only indirectly, still cautious after everything he has already survived. But that evening, during a formal feast held in his honor, a traveling bard begins singing about the fall of Troy itself, the wooden horse, the burning city, and Odysseus, overcome suddenly by powerful memory, begins weeping openly and cannot fully hide his tears from the assembled guests. Alcinous notices immediately and gently asks him directly, Stranger, who are you truly? The time for continued anonymity has finally fully ended. Odysseus slowly lowers the cloak he has been using to hide his face. My name, he says finally, is Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca. And then for the very first time since this long ordeal began, he tells his complete story from beginning to end exactly as he has personally experienced it. Troy, the Cicons, the Lotus Eaters, the Cyclops, Iolaus and the Bag of Winds, the Laestrygonians, Circe, the Underworld itself. The Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, the cattle of Helios, Calypso's island, and finally this very shore where he now stands. When he finally finishes his long account, the entire hall falls into a profound, respectful silence. King Alcinous leans forward. You have suffered beyond any ordinary measure, he says. Odysseus offers a tired, faint smile in response. I'm still suffering even now, he admits honestly. Alcinous nods slowly at this admission. Then he asks one final, deeply important question. What do you fear most now, after everything you have already survived? Odysseus considers this carefully before finally answering. Not death, he says, that I will return home and find that home no longer truly exists in the way I remember it. Queen Arete speaks then, her voice calm and remarkably direct. Then there is only one way to find out for certain, she says simply. You must go home. King Alcinous rises immediately, his decision made. The Phaeacians will personally escort Odysseus safely to Ithaca that very night. Their finest ship is prepared. Their strongest rowers are selected. Generous parting gifts of bronze, gold, and fine cloth are carefully loaded aboard. Phaeacian hospitality, renowned throughout the ancient world, reaches its absolute finest expression here. Odysseus finally boards the waiting ship, and utterly exhausted after everything he has endured, falls almost immediately into a deep, genuinely peaceful sleep, the kind of sleep that has been denied to him for many long years. The ship sails through the night with remarkable, almost supernatural smoothness, and by dawn, the familiar coastline of Ithaca finally rises directly out of the sea before them. The Phaeacian sailors carry his still sleeping form carefully onto the sand, along with all of his gifts, arranged neatly nearby, safely beyond the reach of the tide. They do not wake him. This particular detail carries real, quiet tenderness. After everything, home finally arrives for him not through further struggle, but through simple, quiet trust instead. The sailors then return to their own ship and depart once more for home themselves. But Poseidon, watching all of this unfold from beneath the sea, feels a fresh surge of anger at what has just happened. These particular mortals, in his view, have dared to directly oppose his continued will by delivering this cursed man safely home despite everything. As a final act of punishment for their generosity, he turns their returning ship instantly to solid stone as it nears their own harbor, a lasting monument and stark warning to any Phaeacian who might extend such open hospitality to cursed travelers again in the future. Ancient prophecy, long ago spoken to King Alcinous's own father, is thus finally and completely fulfilled. Odysseus wakes on the shore of Ithaca to gentle sunlight and the familiar sound of nearby waves. For several disorienting moments, he does not recognize his own homeland at all, so profoundly has time changed both the landscape and his own weary perception of it. Athena soon appears to him, disguised at first as a young shepherd, before finally revealing her true identity to guide him properly. She disguises his own appearance in turn, transforming him temporarily into the likeness of a weathered, elderly beggar, so that he might move safely and unnoticed through his own kingdom, while he carefully assesses the true situation at home before revealing himself. What he discovers troubles him deeply. In his prolonged 20-year absence, over 100 arrogant suitors have taken up residence within his own palace, aggressively courting his faithful wife Penelope for marriage, while simultaneously consuming his household's wealth through constant, extravagant feasting. Penelope herself has cleverly delayed making any final decision for years, famously weaving and secretly unweaving a burial shroud each night to postpone the suitor's demands indefinitely. Meanwhile, his own son Telemachus, now fully grown into capable manhood, has been traveling abroad seeking any possible news of his long-lost father's fate. Disguised carefully as a humble beggar, Odysseus first seeks out his loyal swineherd Eumaeus, who has remained faithful to his absent master throughout these many difficult years, and who unknowingly offers genuine hospitality to the very king he still hopes will someday return. It is here, within this humble hut, that Telemachus himself eventually arrives, freshly returned from his own travels abroad. Athena carefully orchestrates the moment of revelation between father and son, and after a difficult period of natural disbelief, Telemachus finally embraces his own father with overwhelming emotion. Together, the two of them carefully begin planning how to properly reclaim their household and rightful kingdom from the arrogant suitors who have overrun it in their absence. Still disguised as a lowly beggar, Odysseus enters his own palace and endures considerable mockery and outright abuse from the entitled suitors gathered there, all the while quietly observing their individual characters and glaring collective weaknesses. Penelope herself, sensing something genuinely unusual about this particular beggar without fully understanding why, eventually proposes a decisive contest to finally settle the question of remarriage once and for all. Whichever suitor can successfully string her husband's old ceremonial bow, and then successfully shoot a single arrow cleanly through a row of 12 axe heads, may rightfully claim her hand in marriage. One by one, every single suitor attempts this feat and fails completely, unable even to properly bend the powerful old bow. Then Odysseus himself, still disguised, quietly asks for his own turn at the bow, provoking considerable open laughter and mockery from the assembled suitors. Yet his own son Telemachus intervenes on his behalf, insisting that the stranger be allowed his fair turn regardless. Odysseus takes up his own familiar bow, strings it with practiced, effortless ease, and fires a single perfect arrow cleanly through all 12 aligned axe heads without any visible difficulty whatsoever. In the shocked, disbelieving silence that immediately follows, Odysseus finally drops his beggar's disguise entirely and reveals his true identity to the stunned assembly. What follows is swift, decisive, and entirely without mercy for the suitors who have so thoroughly abused his household's hospitality and openly disrespected his wife for so many years. With his loyal son Telemachus, his faithful swineherd Eumaeus, and one other loyal herdsman standing firmly beside him, Odysseus systematically confronts and defeats every single one of the many suitors gathered within his own great hall, restoring proper order to his long-neglected household through this final, decisive act of justice. Penelope, upon hearing the news of what has happened below, descends carefully into the hall, understandably cautious after 20 long years of separation and repeated deception by various false claimants. She tests the stranger's true identity carefully by deliberately mentioning a private, closely guarded detail about their own marriage bed, one carved directly from a living olive tree still rooted firmly in the ground, a detail known only to the two of them and utterly impossible for any impostor to have guessed correctly. Odysseus answers her test correctly and completely, describing the bed's true construction in precise, accurate detail, and Penelope, finally and fully convinced of his true identity, rushes forward to embrace her long-lost husband at last, 20 full years after his original departure for the war at Troy. Their long, difficult journey is not yet entirely finished, however. Remembering the final prophecy given to him long ago by the blind prophet Tiresias, Odysseus understands that he must still make one final journey inland, carrying an ordinary ship's oar over his own shoulder, walking until he encounters someone who genuinely mistakes this oar for a simple farming tool, a winnowing fan used for separating grain from chaff. Only at that specific point, so far from the sea that its true purpose is no longer even recognized, must he finally offer a proper, formal sacrifice to Poseidon himself, thereby completing his atonement and formally ending the god's long-standing wrath against him once and for all. Odysseus undertakes this final quiet journey inland sometime later, once peace has been properly restored to his own household and kingdom. He walks steadily away from the sea, deeper and deeper inland, until he finally reaches a place where the local people have genuinely never seen a ship in their entire lives. There, a passing farmer looks curiously at the strange wooden implement resting on his shoulder and asks him directly what it actually is. When the farmer casually suggests it might be a winnowing fan, Odysseus understands immediately that the ancient prophecy has finally, completely been fulfilled. He plants the oar firmly into the earth at that very spot and offers his promised sacrifice to Poseidon there, formally completing his long atonement at last. Ancient Greek mythology very often concludes its greatest stories not with simple, uncomplicated triumph, but instead with the quiet, hard-won restoration of proper balance. The sea that once relentlessly hunted this one particular man no longer calls out his name with anger. The god who cursed him so completely is no longer actively hostile toward him. His long wrath finally dissolves, not through any further destruction, but simply through the complete fulfillment of what fate itself originally demanded of him. Odysseus turns and walks back toward Ithaca one final time. He does not walk now as the proud, confident man who originally left for war so many years earlier. He does not walk either as the broken, suffering man who endured so much along the way. He walks instead as someone who has genuinely been all of these different people in turn: warrior, survivor, wanderer, king, father, husband. In many real ways, a kind of ghost of his own earlier self, transformed by everything he has endured. Behind him, the simple oar remains standing upright in the distant earth. Half practical tool, half lasting symbol, quietly marking the boundary between a life defined entirely by struggle and a life finally, genuinely allowed to rest. The sea itself remains behind him now, still vast and endless as ever, but no longer actively calling out to him. And as he finally returns home again, this time for good, nothing at all follows him anymore except memory itself. Slowly and quietly, the story finally comes to its end, exactly where it first began so long ago. With one tired man simply trying, against every possible obstacle placed in his path, to find his way home at last. If this long journey helped carry you gently toward sleep tonight, consider leaving a like and subscribing for more slow, ancient stories like this one. Sleep well, wherever in the world you happen to be listening from tonight.